Good evening. I call the meeting for the Ames Area Metropolitan Planning Organization to order on Tuesday night, September 24th. Council, committee, we have 3 items tonight, and the first one is John. Are you gonna?
Sure.
Who's gonna carry the water on this one?
Yeah, you bet. So this first item is appointing the AAMPO representative to the statewide standards board of directors, the SUDAS board of directors. So that's a requirement that representative be a licensed professional engineer and has traditionally been the public works director in the city of Ames.
Okay. Any questions for staff on this one, on approving the appointment of Public Works Director John Joyner to the Statewide Urban Design Specification Board of Directors?
I'd like to move to approve.
All right, moved. So second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Okay, item number 2, resolution certifying projects for the ICAP program.
So here we have 5 projects that applications are being submitted to the DOT for the Iowa Clean Air Attainment Program. So 4 of these are SIRIDE and 1 is the traffic network. So you've seen all these projects and the Transportation Improvement Plan, the TIP, and these general work activities are also in our work plan.
So John, you want to just highlight for just for general information, what the Ames traffic network, and we have 5 projects. One is for the traffic network, and then Sherry, maybe you could just talk about just in brief, 4 other projects.
Well, I can give some information on the traffic network. So you can see here is a map. What we're applying for with this round of ICAP funding is what we're calling Phase 1, which is essentially the Duff Avenue corridor up to 13th Street and around to the Public Works Building. So that includes a fiber optic network, and it includes technology upgrades to every signalized intersection for traffic adaptive, which is what is the projects that you see in the long range plan, which would be real-time optimization of traffic congestion.
Okay.
That'd be a great improvement for our area.
Any questions for Damien on this particular project?
I do have a few questions. First, so basing the new traffic system off the fiber network, what happens if the fiber gets cut?
Well, what you see in the map, the consultant who put together this has multiple redundant rings.
Okay.
So the idea would be it would be an underground network, and if it got cut in one area, it may have a redundant overhead, or it may have another part of the loop that would just automatically through switches would just reroute communication. So we shouldn't have any major down.
Okay, I guess what I'm thinking is what if the fiber network is completely severed? Does the system revert to like a pre-fiber smart network behavior?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay,
Each internal controller would have a default mode that it would go back to. It just wouldn't have the network-wide optimization that's going on.
Okay, good. So it would never be any worse than
There wouldn't be like a catastrophic failure of it and backups.
Traffic lights.
Right. So, and I'm wondering, this is a large build out of a fiber network. So I'm wondering why did you choose fiber technology for this rather than a competing network technology that might have been cheaper, but it might have had like lower bandwidth or worse latency or something like that? Why fiber?
Well, it's as far as the consultant goes, and all of the traffic devices are designed and run on a fiber network. It's a single mode style fiber network. And it tends to be, at least as what our advice is from our consultants, that it's the most resilient style network because it's a buried network. We shouldn't have any due to like down trees or ice storms and things like that. And we don't have to worry about line of sight related to wireless types of network because we do have a lot of trees in the city. They were concerned about any kind of wireless communication having line of sight problems. Maybe not in some areas, but if you're trying to have one system citywide that works in every location in the city, they felt fiber was the best.
Great. Now, and I see that there's a fair amount of dark cable being provisioned in the network and the cable poles.
Yes.
And so dark cable is part of the network that is not really provisioned yet, but still available for other uses.
Correct.
I see the report says that that could be used for other governmental entities. Is that something that we could lease to private entities as well?
Well, since the owner of this system will be the city of Ames, the city of Ames council can decide what your policy wants to be on any of that dark fiber. And whether that's leasing, whether that's for different departments, that's really up to council.
Thank you.
I had one question, that is, we're doing the South Grand extension. Will we be, even though it's not in the first phase, will there be like conduit roughed in along those areas while the ground's torn up that could then have the fiber pulled in the future, or what are the thoughts on that?
Yeah, that would be the goal, is that anything on this master plan that coincides with another type of project, that we would try and implement those pieces and parts with it. Even if it didn't include the fiber and the switches.
Right.
And it wouldn't go live day one, you would still try and get some of the underground infrastructure.
Just seemed like it'd be a lot less disruptive to our, right away if we can get it all put in while you're doing the work. I just assumed that was the case, but just curious if that was.
Yeah, well, absolutely. That's the goal of the master plan, is to get ahead of some of those things.
Excellent. Any other questions? Yes, Loris?
I have a question to follow up on yours, Mayor. Actually, you had talked about phase one. So this entire project, how many years and roughly how much money?
Well, so some of that is still being worked out, because the master plan hasn't been brought and presented and adopted yet. And we didn't want to miss this funding cycle window. So we asked the consultant to put together essentially what they feel their best guess. And this phase one is the most logical because of Duff being the most congested corridor. And it ties to, because 6th Street over by Duff will connect to City Hall, and we can connect the Public Works Warehouse. So it had some kind of economies of scales to start with this connection. But hopefully in this fall, when we can present the master plan, we would have that information and we'd be able, the goal obviously is to try and get it done hopefully in a 3 to 5 year time frame. But that really is dependent on grants like these.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm good. Thank you.
Any other questions on this particular project? Okay. Sheriff, you want to just not go into excruciating detail, but just maybe just summarize what's going on with the 4 different changes to the routes?
Sure. So the first project for SIRIDE are the West Ames changes that was implemented under SIRIDE 2.0. So those services have been in place for 2 years now. We asked for the first year of reimbursement through ICAP last year. So you've seen this project last year at last year's prices. And that's for the new Lilac route and then additional frequencies on Red, Purple, and Cherry. And then projects 2 through 4, those are just additional frequencies of service, night service on the Cherry route, midday service on the Lilac route, and night service on the Brown route. And that would be for year 1 of the service through the ICAP. So it'd be its first time that we would request this funding for those 3 services.
Questions for Sherry on these 4? All right, I would entertain a motion on the resolution certifying these 5 projects in the Iowa Clean Air Attainment Program grant application and conforming to AAMPO's regional transportation planning process.
I would so move.
Second.
All right, any further discussion or questions? All right, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Okay, item 3, motion approving FY 2016 to 2020 safety performance targets.
This item is basically an annual update. So last year, the policy committee voted to support the DOT's safety measures. So this would be an update to those numbers. We incorporate those in the AAMPO through our long-range plan and then through our TIP rather than a project-by-project basis. The projects that we do within Ames are too small to affect these. So we incorporate those in our long-range planning.
Okay. And it appears that all of them are fall equal to or below what the DOT is setting. Is that correct?
Right.
Questions for staff on this item? All right, entertain a motion on approving FY 2016-2020 safety performance targets.
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, move seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you. Policy committee comments. Anything from you, Gloria?
Nope.
David?
No.
Tim?
No.
Juan? Always so good to see you. Thanks for coming. All right, Chris?
Nope.
Nothing for me.
Lawrence?
thank you.
All right. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Yeah, of course.
Good evening. Call the regular city council for Tuesday, September 24th to order. And we're going to start out this evening with a presentation from Story County Attorney. I'm going to make a few opening comments and we'll get going. Over here, Callie and Pam. Well, as we're all aware, this past week we had a milestone of 1 year anniversary of tragic murder in our community. And it certainly caught everybody by tremendous surprise and tremendous grief. But one thing that really came through was the fact that the city, the university, county worked together tirelessly. And it was because of the efforts of law enforcement in particular that this was brought to initial closure. And so a few weeks ago, our Story County Attorney Jessica Reynolds called and asked if she could do some recognition. And we want to stress the fact that every day law enforcement on campus and in our city are doing outstanding jobs in terms of dealing with crime, with issues that come up, and we don't want this to all of a sudden seem like, well, why are we not recognizing other people? The point is that this is an extraordinary situation that came up, and it's one that's because of the quick action of our law enforcement made a profound impact on our community, a positive impact on our community. And it's still very raw and fresh for a number of us. It's still hard to talk about, but we've made some very positive improvements. Chief Sykosh, Chief Newton, our Parks and Recreation Department, subcommittees have been working on endeavoring to continue to make Ames a safe place to live and actually to strengthen it even further as well too. So there's times where recognition is certainly is due, and this is one of those cases where people really worked hard and benefited our community. And so I'm just going to turn it over to our Story County Attorney. She's going to have a few words, and then Pam Elliott Kane. I'm sorry, I should introduce people. So anyway, Story County Attorney Jessica Reynolds, and then Callie Sanders with the Athletic Department, and Pam Elliott Kane with Governor. Sorry, that was not meant to be. Dr. Winterstein's office is here as well too. So I'll turn it over to Attorney Reynolds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mayor Hala, and thank you everyone for being here tonight. I'm Jessica Reynolds, Story County Attorney, and I'm so glad to be here to have the opportunity to recognize exceptional law enforcement in our community. These are people who do extraordinary things on a regular basis without recognition, and so I'm really heartened to see that we get to change that here just for a few minutes tonight. As a career prosecutor, I've seen a lot of different crime scenes. I've seen a lot of different types of crimes. I've worked with various law enforcement agencies, and I can tell you that I've never seen the type of crime that we saw last year, September 17th, 2018. Our law enforcement community was faced with a completely random act of homicide. It was extraordinary based upon the randomness, the severity, and the public climate at that time. If you'll recall, there was a lot of fear in our state. It was just coming off the end of the Molly Tibbetts arrest, and there was a lot of concern statewide about the safety, and particularly the safety of women out in our communities. And so when this random homicide hit our community, it was unlike anything that I've ever seen in my time as a prosecutor. And as we were faced with an extraordinary circumstance, we were lucky to have extraordinary people in law enforcement that answered that call. Their response was incredible. They were professional, organized, and exceptional. They deserve all of our gratitude and respect. They are the best police officers that I know, and they are with the best agencies. We have the best law enforcement agencies in our community. They're committed, smart, compassionate, full of integrity, and brave. And when extreme violence and crisis arise and everyone else looks away, they head straight into it, and they don't have the luxury that the rest of us have to look away. And what's really neat about this group of human beings and our local law enforcement is that even if they had the luxury to look away, they wouldn't. Because they don't want what's easy, they don't do what's easy. They find the truth and they do what's right. They show up in the darkest times and they deal with things that we can't even fathom. And they deal with it over and over again. and they put their own life and safety at risk. You'll see the quote that's up. It was Mr. Rogers that said, "When I was a boy and I would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, 'Look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping.'" And when I showed up on scene a little over a year ago, I saw tons of helpers. I saw Chief Newton. I saw Chief Sykosh. I saw Commander Huff and Commander Tuttle. I saw all of their officers. I saw Kelly Sanders from the athletics department. I saw a lot of helpers, a lot of people making a huge difference in our community. And they weren't looking away, not even for 1 second. They were finding out what happened and they were dealing with it. And the randomness of this crime makes the quickness of their response so exceptional. And I cannot highlight how impressed I was by it. And this is the first time I've had a chance to speak about some of the intricacies of the investigation due to my prosecutorial ethics. And now that the case is resolved, I'm able to do so. And so I'd like to first start by recognizing 4 officers that made a huge difference in this investigation. Without every single one of them, we would not have been able to bring the defendant and the perpetrator to justice. Yes. First, I'd like to start with Officer Adam McPherson, if he would please come forward. And I know he has some family with him, if they would please come forward too. Brooke just gave me a look. I see you, Brooke. I don't know if everyone knows this, but Officer McPherson's wife, Brooke McPherson, is also an exceptional police officer at Ames Police. So Officer McPherson was the first to arrive on scene. He's actually the person that pulled Delia out of the water. That's something that will live with him for the rest of his life. It's hard to explain if you haven't dealt with things like that, what that does to a person, the trauma that that puts someone through. But Officer McPherson was the consummate professional. He did exactly what needed to be done, and he was able to call backup and get the investigation started. He was able to preserve the scene so that we were able to collect evidence at the scene. And I don't know how much the council knows Officer McPherson or how much you know about him, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of things about Adam. He started at Ames Police when he was just 23 years old. And the reason that he wanted to be a police officer is because he wanted a job where he could actually make an impact in people's lives for the better. And Adam, I've worked a lot of cases with you, and I know that our community has asked a great deal of you through the years. And I just wanted you to know that you have fulfilled the reason that you became a police officer. You do make a big difference in the lives of others in our community. And I just have a small token of my appreciation for everything that you did in this case and everything that you do. And thank you so much. Okay, the next officer I'd like to recognize is Officer Mitch Coping. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so Officer Coping was really integral in this investigation. He's actually the person that arrested Colin Richards. Officer Coping was back at the homeless encampment when Colin Richards returned to retrieve his tent. Obviously, it was a situation because we had someone that had just murdered someone for no reason that was on the loose, and Officer Coping saw him in the woods and apprehended him. And it's actually a really dangerous apprehension because Officer Coping told Colin Richards to put his hands in the air, and he refused. He actually stuck his hands down in the ground because he had a laceration on his thumb that he didn't want the officer to see. But of course, Officer Coping has no idea why Colin Richards won't show his hands. It's very dangerous. And without reacting quickly, Officer Coping calmly and slowly gets the defendant to put his hands in the air and makes a peaceful arrest. And I just wanted to make sure that the public knew how exceptional that is and how excellent you are, Officer Coping. And again, I had to share a little bit of personal information about Officer Coping. He was just 21 years old when he was hired by the Ames Police Department. And his favorite part about the job is interacting with people. And his least favorite part about the job is the stress that law enforcement brings. And I can't imagine the stress of that day. But our community really owes you a debt of gratitude. And I just thank you so much for everything that you do. Okay, Lieutenant Heath Roth and family. So when I heard what Lieutenant Ropp did in this case, I was just astounded because I've worked with Lieutenant Ropp and I know what a great guy he is, but he just went above and beyond anyone's call of duty. Lieutenant Ropp was actually off duty when this call came in, and on his own volition, he decided that he was going to just come into work and get busy and help our community. And doing so broke this case. And broke it quickly because Lieutenant Ropp is the person that was canvassing the right area, spoke to the right person, and got us the name of Colin Richards, who was the person that killed Thalia Rosamena. Without his commitment to doing the right thing for the right reasons, without his commitment to coming in when he didn't have to, when no one was even asking that of him, we wouldn't be where we are, and our community would be less safe without you, Lieutenant Ropp. So I have to share a few fun facts about him too. So Lieutenant Ropp was only 23 when he started at Ames Police Department. And the reason that he loves his job is that he loves making a positive difference in people's lives and working with other Ames officers who make Ames a great, safe place to live. And the least favorite part of his job is the hours and not spending as much time with his family as he would like. And I mean, that being what it is, the fact that you left that day and came in and broke this case for us, it's just exceptional. And our entire community owes you a sincere debt of gratitude. I thank you so much. And finally, Detective Cole Hippen. So Detective Hippen was the lead investigator on this case. And for anyone who knows Detective Hippen, you just know he is the calmest, coolest. He never, you cannot rattle him. It doesn't matter. Like, I can't believe you smiled. That's shocking. But he's just always calm and steady. It doesn't matter what's going on. And that's how he was throughout this entire case and this entire investigation. He's just someone that can always be relied upon in every situation. It's no wonder that the FBI is recruiting you away from us. I don't blame them. I'm trying to work on intervening in that, but I haven't been successful. But Detective Hippen, it's his job to coordinate the entire case investigation and then follow up when the prosecutors need something. And that's basically a full-time job, as he'll tell you. And he was exceptional in every aspect of this case. Detective Hippen started at Ames Police Department when he was only 21 years old. And he says that over the years, his favorite parts of the job have changed, that he used to, I would, if I could encapsulate it, maybe like more of the excitement of the job, but now he really enjoys the problem solving, the working together, and getting cases to resolution. And I can tell you that there's just such a limited amount of exceptional officers and exceptional detectives, and these are the people that exemplify that every single day in our community. And so thank you, Detective Hippen, for everything that you did in this case. So I have two more things, and then I guess I'll relinquish the microphone. But so everyone knows that strong agencies and great employees start at the top. And I have two police chiefs here in the room who are exceptional. Their agencies are exceptional. And Chief Newton, if you would come forward. Like I said, Chief Newton was on scene when I arrived. He was there with his equipment and his officers, and he was coordinating with us the entire time. There was never any issue. It was like we were all one agency. We all worked together as a team, and that's true leadership. And I just wanted to thank you, Chief Newton, for everything you did and everything that you do. Thank you so much. And then I have to talk about Ames Police Department and the leadership that they show. First of all, Chief Sykosh, I'm sure you all know, I hope you do, that Chief Sykosh is unlike any other. I find him to be extremely intelligent, extremely calm, and he's someone actually that when I'm working on a problem that needs a solution that I trust to reach out to bounce that off of. And so it's no surprise that he has an exceptional agency. And then when you look at his command staff with Commander Huff and Commander Tuttle, they are just as solid, just as smart, and they are a leadership team that I don't think you can find anywhere else. I've never seen anything like it. And so I'd like you three to please come forward. And I just wanted to say thank you to the three of you publicly for everything that you do for our community, for the way that you lead your team, for the way that you support them, for the way that you understand that officers are dealing with secondary trauma unlike any other population that we can believe. And they are still the strongest, bravest people that you'll ever meet. And so I just wanted to thank Chief Sykosh and his command staff for everything that you do. I don't think I can quite put into words or articulate it quite right, but thank you so much, sincerely.
And I just have a few words to add on behalf of the university and the university community. But we are here to recognize exceptional performance of the Ames Police Department and the Iowa State University Police Department. And we are grateful for their quick, thorough, and collaborative work. Their tireless efforts greatly assisted the Story County Attorney's Office to bring the individual to justice. And this resolution has allowed the healing process to begin for the university as well as the entire community. We also appreciate the continued dedication by both departments to address city and campus safety. The safety of our students is Iowa State's #1 priority, and both Ames Police and ISU Police demonstrate an unwavering commitment to the security of our community. And as we move forward, we will remain vigilant, but I wanted to thank both the Ames Police Department and the ISU Police for restoring a sense of security in our community. This helps all of us. Thank you very much.
Not quite done yet. I'll tell you when. And Chief Newton and Chief Sykosh, I think that it goes without saying, if you would extend our thanks to your entire department. Clean NOAA was, while these four, the Ames Police Department and you know, are basically recognized tonight, we also understand that everyone gave, everyone worked hard. And so it's not just a singling out of anyone, it's a team effect. And I so appreciate the fact that we are here to work together for our community, and our community is everybody, students and non-students that are here. And so again, on behalf of the council and the city, thank you for what you've done. And I know that it was when Colin was apprehended, it really helped immensely in this community and on campus. And it's because of the quick work, the thoroughness, professionalism. But thank you very much. And let's give them a round of applause as we finish up here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have two more proclamations, but I have to get my glasses to read them, so. Fire. Chief, you want to come up? And your crew? Whoa, you guys got dressed up. This is nice. Very nice. When I read the proclamation, then you can go ahead and make your introductions and have a few comments then. Tonight we're reading a proclamation on Fire Prevention Week. Whereas on average in the United States, 7 people die in homes fires every day, and whereas someone is injured in a home fire every 50 minutes, and whereas a structure fire is reported every 63 seconds, and whereas fire departments respond to a home fire every 88 seconds, and whereas most fire deaths and injuries resulted from home fires, and where many home fires are preventable, and whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half, and whereas the members of the Ames Fire Department are joined by concerned citizens of this city, other emergency service providers, and safety advocates, businesses, schools, service clubs, and organizations in their fire safety education efforts. Therefore, I, John A. Hala, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim the week of October 6th through 12th, 2019 as Fire Prevention Week. The theme for this year's Fire Prevention Week is Not Every Hero Wears a Cape. Plan and practice your escape. If I might just add, I have such a great appreciation for our fire department and all the men that risk their lives. We take for granted going into a fire, but as I've talked with several of the chief and several people at the different stations, the risk is huge, and we just all owe them a debt of gratitude for what they do to keep our community safe. So, Chief, I'm happy to hand you the proclamation, and if you want to make the introductions. And
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Appreciate this opportunity to be here and get fire prevention kicked off here soon to get the announcement out there. I want to introduce some of the people that came along with us. We all do fire prevention at the fire department. It's everybody's job, but we have a few people that are on our committee that help guide some of those outreach events that we have. We have Deputy Chief Tom Hackett, Deputy Chief Doug Allen. We got Mike Kaldenberg. We got Shift Commander Nick Lucchese. We got Ricky Thompson Jr., Jess Bappy, our Fire Inspector Jason Zip, and Eli Ingram. So we have men and women at the fire department that help make Fire Prevention Week a success, and we hope to have everybody out on Saturday, October 12th. Will be our open house at Fire Station Number 1 over at 13th and Burnett. We'll be there from 9 to noon, and we invite the public to come out and take a look at all the equipment that we have, learn more about fire prevention, and learn about what you can do to help keep this community fire safe, and specifically your home. So thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
all right, the last one is Manufacturing Day, and Dan, are you coming up for this one? Manufacturing Day. Whereas the City of Ames recognizes the importance of manufacturing to our local, state, and global community, and whereas advanced manufacturing is the #1 business sector in Iowa, representing more than 17.8% of the state's GDP, as evidenced by the more than 6,000 manufacturers employing over 213,000 Iowans, or 14% of the state's local total workforce. And whereas Ames manufacturers pay a significant amount of property tax and usury fees, provide outstanding employment opportunities with both high wages and great benefits, and generate exceptional annual earnings, allowing them to be an economic development driver for the community. And whereas the manufacturing industry employs 4,688 individuals throughout Story County, with an average earnings of $62,557, thereby positively contributing to the prosperity throughout the community. And whereas the City of Ames routinely sees the positive contributions of our local manufacturers and appreciates and thanks them for their continued commitment to communities and clientele they serve. Therefore, I, John A. Halen, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim October 4th, 2019 as Manufacturing Day and urge all residents to join us in recognizing the critical role manufacturing plays in our local, state, and global economy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Few words?
Sure, glad to. Well, thank you, Mayor Halen, and members of the City Council for this proclamation. This is really timely, as we had a Texas manufacturer in town this afternoon at 2 o'clock looking at Prairie View Industrial Center. We continue to see manufacturing activity around Story County, and that's really what this represents. As we've got so much manufacturing here in our marketplace, it's important to acknowledge that. And so we appreciate the acknowledgement tonight with this proclamation. I think we've got one from every single community in Story County, and I think this was the last one to get. So thank you for this. It's great to salute manufacturing. They are great job providers. We've seen considerable investment just in the last 12 months with Barilla, 3M, and Hawk all announcing and putting forward significant expansions in their manufacturing processes. So thank you very much.
Okay, moving on. Council, we are working from an amended agenda this evening. We have a consent item after number 13 regarding certification and consistency with CDBG consolidated plan. I would ask for council to pull, we're going to pull item 14. Is there anything else that council wants to have pulled this evening before we move forward on this? Hearing none, entertain a motion to approve consent less item 14.
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
The reason I asked to pull item 14 is just to allow a little explanation on the hospital revenue bonds, how they get paid for, what their use is for, and what obligation or responsibility, if any, the city might have. And so I believe that Gary Botine, are you here or someone from the hospital? Can you come and just explain a little bit about the use for the funds and how they all work, so everyone is clear on that?
Yes, so good evening, City Council. Thank you for having me here. My name is Gary Botine. I'm the CFO at Mary Greeley Medical Center. The purpose of this bond offering is to finance some renovations and additional expansions at the hospital. These are hospital revenue bonds, which do not encumber the city whatsoever. You saw the materials that were provided. We've done a request for terms. 60 institutions were invited to propose. 12 responded. You have those materials in front of you. And it's really a very positive interest rate environment. So our board is recommending that we move forward with this because it's a very attractive offering. The other part of this scenario is that we wanted to keep our public debt offering below a level that still maintains our A2 credit rating. And this does, as you look at the ratios that are in the pro forma adjustments, our board last night approved the fourth supplemental indenture draft that was supplied to you with a caveat that we won't go above 3% on an interest rate borrowing unless we come back to our board.
Okay. Any questions for Gary on this? So just to reiterate, these are bonds that are paid for by the revenue generated by the hospital, not by the taxpayers.
That is correct. This is only hospital revenue bonds. The hospital does not receive any public support.
And in the event that, and I doubt that will happen, they're not able to be paid back, how does that work?
So if there is any event of default, there's no recourse to the city. It's only to the assets of the hospital.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Entertain motion on resolution.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Aye.
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 Thank you. All right, we'll go on to moving on to public forum. And this is a time where anyone in the audience may address council on topics that are related to city business. And I ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Richard?
Richard Dale, 505 8th Street. I wanted to say that I wish I could have made this comment the last public forum because it's like I was opening the door and I got to it too late. I wanted to say I wanted to vote no for the Healthy Life Center based on what Keith Abrams said to me about not allowing nudists to be in the thing. And I think I like to consider myself a nudist. I can't even be naked in my own apartment when I'm the only one in it. And the police have knocked on my door and said, you have to put your clothes on. We have some bad news to tell you. All this stuff is, I mean, I think news should have a place, a voice. And I don't know, maybe, I know that there's a news colony north of Minneapolis.
Richard, this is related, isn't pertaining to city business.
Well,
Thank you. So anybody else wants to address?
my clothes this year at the city council meeting a couple of years ago, and I asked to speak at the end of the meeting. And you wouldn't let me speak to either. I still see that I better behave. There's 5 officers out there yet. I'm Roland Fonkook, 1424 Kellogg Avenue in Ames, and I want to talk about 2 recent developments in the city. One, first is the announcement last Tuesday of the possible multi-use development district between Hilton Coliseum and Jack Trice Stadium. And the second is the failure of the Healthy Life Center bond issue to pass 2 weeks ago today. The process by which the entertainment district came to light last week greatly annoyed me. It's announced on Tuesday. The feasibility study consultants were supposed to be here already on Friday. I don't particularly like such surprises when it involves public monies. I do want to note that the entertainment district idea is certainly an ISU project with the Ames Convention and Visitors Bureau involved somehow. Mayor Hale is the only representative on the 9-member working group that's affiliated with the city that is not also involved in the Ames Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'd like to make just a few quick points about this proposal. One is that indeed this is beachfront property. 2, have the regents given the go-ahead for this at all? Sometimes there are complaints about regents institutions competing with private businesses. Sometimes, as I recall, the regents themselves have expressed some concern about this. It's interesting to me that this project is going to make so much money that we can take care of maintenance from the ISU Center that was deferred for years and years, and also pay for maintenance on whatever new facilities are developed. And finally on that, I don't think this will ever happen unless they are able to secure millions and millions of dollars in donations. Now I want to talk about the Ames Convention and Visitors Bureau and propose something. 5 years ago, the Ames voters told the Ames Convention and Visitors Bureau that its plans for a $38 million flat space convention center was a bad idea. Of course, it was helped defeated by the phony figures put out by the ACVB. Since the Ames Convention and Visitors Bureau apparently has continued to have the dollars to chase the dream of a new convention center with an attached hotel, I propose that we set aside somewhere between 15 and 25% of the annual hotel motel tax revenue to help offset losses from whatever aquatic facilities we eventually develop. The ACVB currently is getting about $1.75 million in hotel motel tax revenue, and it doesn't seem that they know how to use their money wisely. They also have 24 employees at the moment, according to their website, which seems rather excessive in a city of this size. Many agree that we need new aquatic facilities in Ames. Almost everyone understands they will need subsidizing. The authority to do this is found in the Ames City Code. Chapter 24, Section 5 allows the city manager may work with the ACVB and representatives of Iowa State University to develop, for the approval of City Council, multi-year agreements for, and under item 2, it says utilization of the said tax proceeds, the hotel motel tax, for improvements to and construction of recreation, convention, cultural, and entertainment facilities. I think that means that we can use those monies to subsidize aquatic facilities if we want to. Also, I'm somewhat concerned that over these years, the ACVB has acted like a private body. I don't think there's any doubt that they're a public body. I would like the council to direct them to make the minutes available, since whenever Julie Weeks became the head, and make them act like a public body, post their agenda, their minutes, etc.
Could
I
you
wasn't
please
sure
draw
myself
draw your comments to close, Merlin?
that they were a public body until I found this in the city code. We would hardly tell the city manager to work with them on developing proposals for the council if they weren't part of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public forum. Resolution approving motion denying Campustown Facade Grants. Julie? And actually, Julie, we have a lot of things on our agenda, so if you could maybe just give us a quick Cliff Notes view of this, and then we'll go ahead and see if any questions and move from there, okay?
And then put the existing facade and the proposed facade up here together. As you recall, we opened a second round of facade applications, which is not typical for Campustown as one round. We did 2 rounds this year based on a request from a property owner. We received this application. They started work before they received the grant approval and before they received a notice to proceed. the work cannot begin until you have both of those. The applicant came in and asked if there was any way we could still move forward. We had them update their budget for the work that has not been completed yet. So that's how we get to the amount of the grant that we're recommending, or the maximum amount that they can receive. They requested the $15,000 plus the $2,000 for design fees, but based on their updated budget, they would not be eligible for the full $15,000. And then we added, if you recommend approval, we added a few conditions just to make sure they still comply with that notice to proceed criteria. They are proposing to extend the patio out to the end of the building. And so we've also asked for them to verify that none of that is in the public right of way and that they don't need encroachment permits.
Okay. Any questions for staff on this?
So we prorated the amount of the grant based on the fact that they started the project before the grant was approved.
Well, with the amount that, when they updated their budget, the total budget was $34,650. And then of that, only about $17,000 of it was eligible to be covered. And then it's a 1-to-1 match. So
I guess my question is, if the project was started before the grant was awarded, why are we issuing or voting on issuing a full $2,000 of design fees for the project? Why doesn't that get prorated along with the other elements of the project?
I guess I chose not to prorate the design fees because the design work is always complete before, that estimate is always done before any application is reviewed, and they are eligible up for $2,000. This particular budget was $4,000. So I didn't see a need to prorate that amount.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, open public comment. Anyone want to comment on this particular topic? Seeing none, close public comment. Council?
Move alternative one.
Which is?
To approve the Campustown Facade Grant for the project at 117 Welch Avenue. Subject to the three constraints.
Okay.
And I think I seconded actually before he read it off.
Moved by Nelson, second by Betcher. Okay. Further discussion? Hearing none? Roll call, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, item 30. Report regarding internet service feasibility study, right?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I'd like to just take a few moments and outline how we got to where we are and what it is we're trying to accomplish with this report tonight. So for the past year and a half or so, city staff has been studying the issue of internet service in the community at your direction. In August, the council directed us to bring back to you tonight the topic of an internet service feasibility study in which the city would have some hand in operating an internet utility. So as city staff began to think about how to approach this conducting a feasibility study, there were a few issues that came to mind that kind of color the conclusions we came to in the report. So the first is that one of the themes this past year and a half in our conversations with the private providers has been that there's this information asymmetry. We have struggled to get complete information from the existing providers about their concrete plans to improve service, where their infrastructure is, and so forth. And we as a staff don't really have the expertise to be able to evaluate what they can provide and cannot provide. So that has been a bit of a challenge in that last year and a half. There's also a disconnect between what we have learned from residents anecdotally through our surveys and so forth about their experience with internet service versus what the providers tell us about their ability to serve various parts of the community. We had a very well responded to survey. I think we had over 700 responses from people who were very interested in improvements to internet service in general a couple of years ago. And the responses that we got from that just don't seem to align with the information we get from the providers about where the service is. So we know that there is infrastructure in the ground and throughout Ames. We're not really sure where it is, what it is, whether it's underutilized and so forth, the specific characteristics of it. So therefore, with all that in consideration, despite our efforts to obtain this information, we really don't accurately know where the gaps are in the community that we can put down on a map and say, these are the areas where we need to focus our efforts. We don't understand where those gaps are, why they might exist, and what it would take to fill them and resolve them and make the residents in those gap areas satisfied when it comes to internet service. The other piece of information that impacts how we approach this is the fact that we know the market will be different for private sector providers of internet service in about a year from now. We have an announcement from another provider indicating they intend to come to the community and build out infrastructure to a substantial part of the community. We know that that will have some impact on internet service in the community. Not entirely sure yet what and what the satisfaction will be among members of the community with that. But it also means that on the face of it, there'll be another competitor in the marketplace, and that might make city-operated internet utility less feasible than it would have been had we done this exercise some time ago before another entrant into the market, right? So in taking all that into consideration, we looked at what would it look like if we did a standalone feasibility study that simply evaluated whether it was feasible for a city-operated internet utility to function, to thrive. And the risk in pursuing a study with that limited scope is that if it comes back and it's found that it is infeasible, then we're several months down the road and we haven't made much progress towards filling those gap areas and addressing the concerns in the community. So therefore, what we're recommending is instead of looking at that one specific path to address internet issues in the community, that we look at a broader approach that makes a feasibility study for a city internet utility one aspect of our strategy, but also looks at other ways that we might provide service improvements in the community. So this approach would have 3 phases that we've outlined for you in the report. The first phase would really be about information gathering, learning about the infrastructure that's in the ground, trying to gather that information together and understand better where the gaps are in the community, why those gaps might exist, what are the characteristics of the infrastructure that's in the ground. This would be important to us whether we pursued a city-operated internet utility or not. There are benefits to undergoing this kind of exercise. So we think this would be a good place to start. The second aspect of this phase would be to identify some strategies with the consultant's help to tell us what are some ways that, what are some strategies that have been utilized in other communities that might be successful in encouraging the current internet providers to improve aspects of their service. Are there things that can be done from a customer service standpoint, for example, to help address customer service issues in the community? The second phase relies on the information that we gather in that first phase. We'd conduct a pre-feasibility analysis, and this would be a real high-level evaluation of whether we think an internet utility would be feasible. This would develop a range of price points and likely costs for the service. We'd develop some estimates for the take rates that we would need in order to make a feasibility service feasible. And what this would help us identify is if those price points come back in some range that is just outrageous, that we know nobody would buy our service at, then we don't need to go through the exercise of doing the detailed financial analysis. You know, if the service if it comes back and says you'd have to provide this service and it'd be $150 to $400 a month, we know, okay, that's not going to work. It would also involve evaluating whether there are other cities in similar situations, you know, where there would basically be 5 providers of internet service providing to various parts of the community where it has been successful that a city is one of those providers. That would be something we'd want to explore further and understand. So simultaneous to that, we would develop alternatives to filling the gap areas that we identified in the first phase of the analysis. So we would work with the consultant to identify what is the constraint to providing to the private sector providing service to those areas that don't have adequate service. Is it an infrastructure issue that we need a key piece of conduit in the ground that we didn't understand we needed before, and we can lease that out? Is it a policy issue? Do we need to aggregate up a number of customers to develop a critical mass that would then make it work for a provider to go in and provide service to them? Do we need to develop incentives or some other strategy to fill those gap areas using the private sector? At the end of that phase, we'd stop and take stock of where we're at, and we'd evaluate whether we want to head down the path of a city-operated internet utility and pursue the full detailed financial analysis of that option, or do we want to pursue a gap-filling strategy with private sector providers? Those two are, in our view, mutually exclusive. If you're going to try to make a competitive internet utility, you probably don't want to help the private sector providers, the competition, snap up those customers, right? So we'd have a decision point at that point to determine which way we wanted to go. Overall, this entire project we think is probably at least a year-long commitment to get through all three phases of that process. It would take us some time to prepare the RFP, the scope of it, and we'd like to make sure that we have alignment between what your interests are and what we put out there on the street. So if you directed us to pursue an RFP, we would prepare that scope, bring it back to you, and make sure you agree with it before we take it out to the street and try to pursue some vendors for it. If the council wants to pursue a study or a standalone feasibility study or the consulting model, we think that hotel motel tax fund would be an appropriate place to take the funds for that. That's what we use for economic development type projects. And in a lot of the research, it's pretty clear that internet service has some economic development benefits. So I think there's a justification there for using that funding. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. I should also point out some of the aspects that informed this strategy have been pulled from some research done on other communities. So the mapping exercise and some of the follow-up steps is similar to strategy used by Fort Collins before it initiated an internet utility on its own a couple of years ago. So we think this has some value, and we think that there are also some vendors out there in the marketplace that could provide these kinds of services.
Three options.
So there are three options for you. We have the standalone feasibility study, the consulting approach, which is the broader version, and then the third option is also on the table, which would be to delay this decision and understand what the market looks like after we have this new provider more entrenched in the community. I think it's fair to say we expect that there will be changes to coverage, and the introduction of competition may have some effect on pricing, which are two of the areas that the council is interested in. We just don't know that yet we don't have the extent of it yet until this new provider is built out and people are able to evaluate the different options for themselves. It may be advisable to evaluate the pulse of the community on internet issues once there's some more stability. So once they're built out and we understand where they are and where they're not, and are there ongoing gap areas or service issues. Maybe they don't solve the issues that the council is interested in. We just don't know yet. So those are the three options that we've put before you today.
Thank you. Questions?
Brian, I have a question on the timing. And I know there must be some way of how they calculate this, but if it takes a year to conduct this study, the internet service development is a static, it's not a static, it's a very dynamic thing. And so there are constantly contractors out adding these different facilities. So a year later, we have a report that's based on the way things were a year ago or somewhere in between. How do we know how to rely on a report like that for making a major financial decision for the city?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that's something we'll have to explore with the consultants if we pursue a study. I know there are ways to do it because other communities have done that same exercise. So there must be some merit in those figures if they're relying on them to pursue a.
And I agree with you. I have to assume there must be some way of doing it. But so that if that could be a data point that you let us know about how that's factored in, that would be helpful.
Other questions? Amber?
If we were to delay this decision on a feasibility study, do you think that would potentially alter the scope of what we might do a year from now if we waited to see how the market has changed and how coverage has changed?
Potentially. It's hard to say what satisfaction will be a year from now with another competitor in the marketplace. I expect we will have better information about where infrastructure is later, because we will have access to that information through right-of-way permits and pole attachment design in a comprehensive manner that all takes place within a 12-month span. And that's just not something that we have aggregated together for the existing providers. So we can't
Sure.
piece that together on our own at the moment. They've built out over such a long period of time. So I think we would have a good indication of where this new provider is at. And that might tell us where there are some gap areas for fiber to the premises service, because that's a different type of technology than in general than what the existing providers provide. So we would have some more information about that. I'm optimistic that competition will improve people's interests in some of the areas that the council has identified as a priority. So the council identified coverage, reliability, speed, cost, and net neutrality, and there's one more. Availability. Customer service. Yeah. So privacy. I expect that another provider will improve coverage to some extent. I've got to imagine that there's at least one house somewhere that doesn't have service now that could get service with a new provider. But I don't know if that's one house or if it's 1,000 houses. So coverage to some extent I expect would be improved. Cost, I would hope would improve with competition. Reliability, perhaps with newer infrastructure. It depends. So I think it's just hard to determine in the middle of this build out what the state of internet service in Ames is, because we are in the middle of a dynamic time. Even though it doesn't seem like it yet, the next 12 months are going to be pretty dynamic when it comes to internet service if this provider comes through and builds on the schedule that they've identified they will build on.
Other questions?
I have a quick question and then a speech. So let me start with the quick question. The quick question is, so the report points this out, that Metronet, who was before us a couple months ago, describing their anticipated network, was aiming at spring of 2022 for completion. But in the report we're looking at today, it now says fall of 2020. So can you just confirm that they've really attempted to accelerate their schedule that much?
Yes. When they initially approached us in the winter, they were talking about a 3-year build out, which aligns with the build out schedule for Davenport and Bettendorf, where they're currently building right now. In subsequent conversations, that got shrunk down to just under 2 years, and at the moment we're at September 2020 is when they anticipate being done. It's very aggressive. It will be a little taxing on our resources to accomplish this, but that is what they have told us. So there are a lot of things that still need to fall into place. They need to find a hut location. They need to work on some design issues, and we need to sort out some pole attachment related things and underground locate related things so that we can keep up with that pace of construction.
And council, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to say a few words about this. Are there any other questions before I do this bit?
I have
Or-
one
please.
question. With regard to the phasing of this and the RFP, how do we write the RFP to allow us to do the kind of phasing that we want to do? I'm assuming, given the conversation that we've had, that we would be packaging phases 1 and 2 together. But then what happens with phase 3? Is that a bid alternate of some kind? What is, I don't know how we package this thing.
Yeah, we could do it a couple different ways. We could do this all as one big package, a single consultant for the entire scope of work. Or we could simply do phase 1 and 2 as part of one package, provide that report to the council at the end of phase 2, where you have a decision point about which direction you want to go. And then once that decision has been made, we issue a new RFP for phase 3. That would open it up for somebody else potentially to jump in and provide services for us. The firm that does the first couple of phases would probably have some advantages understanding our the journey we've been on in phase 1 and 2. But it would allow us then to evaluate who's out there and who is best positioned to address the particular approach that the council has decided to take.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have
Okay.
one more question. And maybe I missed it, but correct me if I'm wrong, if we were to pursue a standalone municipal internet service, it requires a bond referendum.
Well, not for the
No.
feasibility
I understand that.
component of it. So to create a utility,
Yes.
there are some steps that have to take place. It requires
You vote first.
yeah,
It requires just a straight up
a
referendum.
referendum
To establish a
to
utility.
establish the
Establish
utility,
utility.
to create the
Okay.
utility.
To pursue, a lot of cities are getting the authorization to consider, actually, they've done it in certain steps. They've actually had a vote to consider establishing a utility and then come back with the costs and such to give more details. But you're asking a question, you have to need a vote to establish it.
Correct.
And then we'll have to determine the financing for it. Remember, the financing cannot be subsidized by another fund, so it has to
Correct.
stand alone. So whether you can issue revenue bonds on a new system or not is yet to be determined.
So would the third phase of the feasibility study incorporate the feasibility of the passage of a vote?
You mean do a marketing study or determine if there's, no, that's not, that would be a different skill level from the consultant we'd be hiring.
Okay. I just have concerns in the wake of what's happened recently with votes.
Other questions before David? Certificates? David?
Thank you. Well, I want to bring something to our minds now, and I don't know that we'll be deciding this tonight, but I think it's something that we will be thinking about going forward. Ultimately, I want to provide Ames residents with a communications internet infrastructure that will perform really excellently for the next 50 years and that is ultimately answerable to the voters. I think that's a really important ingredient here, being answerable to the voters. because it addresses issues that I don't think are handled naturally by simple competition with the existing players. And this goes to some of the policy issues. And ultimately, we're going to have to decide which of our goals are most resonant to us and which we're going to pounce on, no matter how we approach this. One of those goals is policy, and it incorporates net neutrality and privacy as well. And I want to give you a little history here. I think my conclusion is going to be that if you look at how the technology has changed over the years, the engagement mechanisms, how to keep people engaged with their computers, those are ascending over the quality of the content. So think back 20, 30 years, it was a newspaper-oriented system and a broadcast TV-oriented system. There was not much engagement. A newspaper might receive a letter saying, I hated this article, cancel my subscription. Or maybe they'd get, another letter to the editor. But that was, there was not a lot of high-frequency engagement. About 20 years ago, I worked on a research team that investigated the way in which web pages were engineered in order to watch what people did as they used the web page. That was baby infrastructure and architecture, and it has gotten so much more intense over the years. You probably know that when you use the web or you use the internet, people are watching what you're doing. But it's really striking how much they are. Okay, so they watch how your mouse hovers over items on the page before you click on them. Did you know that? Well, that's how it works. Okay, when you scroll up and down, they know that you're doing that. And when you start typing into form fields, depending on how it's set up, they know the letters you've typed and then delete it over before sending enter. Okay, so this is all done in service of keeping eyeballs glued to the screen because the money is made as much in the grasping of customers as it is in the content that customers think they're there for. So that's just some background. We've seen this, well, I guess my point is that things like net neutrality, controlling the speed at which content arrives at the computers of Ames customers, that is one of these engagement mechanisms that is currently being thought about, right? And I think it's really important. This is a place where people can make money. The current federal regulations are very permissive about this. There's really very little stopping anyone from buying up an internet service provider and saying that, okay, this sort of content is good, I want you to look at it. This other content, not so much. So I'm going to slow that down. This is not theoretical. This has actually happened. Look at what Facebook did in India in 2016. Look at internet.org, look at Free Basics. There are other places where this has happened. It's a way for people to make money and they will exploit it. So what does this tell us about our services here, what we can do for our residents? My belief is that the private market will not compete on this issue, okay? They will compete on price, they'll compete on customer service, bandwidth, a lot of good stuff, all council goals. But they won't compete on who gets to see what you're doing and how they glue you to your equipment. If we want to achieve that for Ames residents, then we're going to have to look at different mechanisms. And that's the one advantage of having a city-owned component over pure private competition. If the city owns something, then ultimately there's going to be a board of some sort that sets the rules for how content is going to be delivered, whether it can be slowed down or not, and that board is going to be accountable to the voters. So I think that's an important thing for us to consider. It's not the only thing, but it's something that we haven't discussed as a council very much. And so I wanted to put it in front of us.
Are you tying this into the topic at hand tonight, or more or less?
Well, it is relevant because, after all, we're being asked to decide whether to postpone a study altogether or to launch a feasibility study for a city-owned utility right now, or to pursue a more consultative approach where we look at sort of how can we assemble various advantages together in something that might be appealing to council as a whole that would solve the problem.
Okay, very good.
I just have one question.
Sure.
Maybe it was supposed to be rhetorical, but you asked about Well, you mentioned that a board in charge of a utility like this would be accountable to the voters. What if it's not an elected board? What if it's appointed, say? I mean, would the danger not exist that they
That's a good point.
could do
It
the same thing?
Let me put it this way. It's a problem that could be solved by making the board accountable to the voters. Whereas if all we do is say that, okay, private market, you go sort it out, we have no leverage over it at all.
Sure.
That's just guaranteed, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll say that I think MetroNet's presentation to us a few months ago was really very impressive. They're bringing some excellent sounding competition to the table. And it's going to improve things, I think, if they deliver what they have promised. But I want to remind you that I asked them about their terms of service and whether those terms of service include net neutrality provisions or not. And they kind of looked at it and said, oh, right, we reserve the right to slow down content or speed it up. We just have no immediate plans to do it. If you dig down further in their terms of service, they regard the customer information as something that can be sold in case they get sold. And if they want to change their service, well, then customers like us are expected to periodically visit their webpage to see if their service has changed. Don't get me wrong, I'm not picking on MetroNet. This is absolutely standard in the industry, okay? And they're in the industry. So that's what, if we keep all that, if we orient ourselves towards just choosing and between players in the industry, I think we're yielding some ground. Maybe we'll decide it's worth it. I just don't want us to overlook it.
Okay.
That's my speech.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. We're going to open up public comment. I'm going to ask, we have a lot of items on our agenda tonight, so I'm going to ask people to limit their comments to, wait a minute, I'll call you up, please. To 3 minutes or less, please. And I do have one card, so we'll let him go first. That's Brian Worth. You would please come forward and make your comment.
Hi, I'm Brian Worth. I live at 3515 Emerald Drive. I've been up here a couple of times promoting the Ames internet and stuff, and I think you all know that I'm pretty excited about municipal internet. Having said that, I am fully supporting the consultant approach here, okay? I really feel that we need to take that broad approach and we need to look at all the aspects of this. And the reason I say that is it was pretty pertinent that at the beginning, when I first came here, you guys were talking about the building this fiber optic backbone to the city, connecting all the lights. Well, there was a reason that you guys chose to go with fiber optics, the more expensive route than anything else. And that's what MetroNet is providing to us, is fiber to home. But they have stated they're not going to provide it to every place in Ames. So I think it is extraordinarily important that we get ahead of things and we find out where they're not going to provide, which they did state that they would give us maps before getting started, didn't they? When they provided, they said they would give us a map of everywhere they're going to go. So we're going to know where their gaps are at for this. We're going to know it ahead of time. And so when they finish a year from now, I feel it is extremely important that we are ready to provide an answer to the places that they are not going to cover, that we know what we're going to do to cover those places that are not going to be covered by fiber to home, which, as you know, you're looking at building that for the city because of, I mean, it was, I don't even have to go over it. It's right in that report that about the how good and how the technology is improving and how important it is. Well, because it's important to you guys, it's also important to every citizen of Ames to have that level of technology. So the next thing that I want to mention here is that when you're looking at this, when I've looked at what other cities have done, the main thing that I've really came away from is how easy it is for a city to accomplish this. When they look at the city of North Carolina that was mentioned in the original report, they had only a 30% take rate to be able to accomplish and pay off their bonds with user fees. They competed extremely well. That 30%, we could compete with another utility providing the same level of technology. What if that we get that 30%, or what if we propose a survey and we find out that 50% of the Ames residents are willing to go with the the city-owned over the private. And we can have that fiber to home built with the user fees from this city-based internet. But that would also help you guys cover what you talked about at the very beginning of the day. You know, you would be looking for money to provide for that. Those two things can work together. That backbone that you need for the smart city can also be something that is utilized to help provide for a fiber to home for Ames community internet. So those are the things that I would really like you guys all to take into consideration, but really focus on. We can't wait. We need to be ready to help those people who aren't going to be provided for in a year. There's no need to wait another year before we get started on phase 1 and 2.
Thank you, Brian. Before I go on, any more comment, I think council members passing note, I think it's appropriate. Are there any students here that are wondering about you may sit down. Any students here that want to know if we approved or didn't approve the homecoming? I apologize. It was under consent agenda and it was approved. So thank you for coming. I apologize. But just consider you were really well entertained for a while, okay? Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll continue with public input. Anyone else that wants to address council on this particular topic? Good job, Gloria. And I would ask, too, that you would really limit your comments to the staff report and keep it focused on the proposal that we talked about tonight, so.
I'll keep it brief.
All right.
James Bend, 230 Hickory Drive, Ames. You can say I've got a pony in this race. My wife and I both work from home and rely daily on a connection to a wide area network. We are pretty data sensitive. We do connect both to remote secure servers. So therefore, the quality and the presence and quality of the service is it's absolutely required for us to do what we do. And we don't have the luxury of being able to hotspot off of our phone, you know, if there is inconsistency in the service. So I literally do have a pony in this race. We moved back to Ames about 5 years ago and from Des Moines. And it's just been a constant wrestling process trying to keep service reliable. So I really am interested in how this might proceed. But I do want to just leave you with a thought. I don't care if it's company X, Y, Z, if it's the city. I think at the end of the day, what we really need to do, and I think possibly what we need to start with, is what does a quality of service metric look like? I don't care who runs the pipe, who puts it in. But I mean, at the end of the day, value is going to be arrived by the quality of service and the price, not just the price and not just the speed and all of those types of things. So start thinking about what that quality of service metric might be. I mean, we certainly, from our public, other public utilities, we have to think about that. And I guess what I'm bringing to the podium tonight is that it's as important as any other pipe coming into our homes these days, because like I said, we not only use it professionally, but we have both business and private VoIP phones. I mean, when it's down, there's a big piece of our lives that are out of business there. So once again, backing up the truck and just starting the process of thinking about what would a quality of service metric look like? And then what is our ability as a community to either enforce or compel that quality of service standard? Use as an example, you can't just breeze in here and start doing electrical and plumbing work without being licensed, right? There has to be some quality expectation of what's going to happen. In manufacturing, if you're doing business with another company, if that company is ISO 9001 certified, that gives you confidence that if there is an issue, that company has processes in place to bring your problem to resolution. So that's all I got, unless you got any questions for me.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening, Council. Bo Hicks, 225 South Dayton Avenue. I'm the area director of MediaCom. I've been up here before, and I guess I'm going to pause the love affair with MetroNet for just a second. And we welcome competition. We truly do. But I do want to point out a couple of things about the study and just make sure that the council's aware that we put this together last winter and presented it to city staff. That did an extensive study of the gaps in service that MediaCom provides here in town. And it went through a list of addresses, over 30,000 provided to us. We spent 2 weeks with one full-time staff member. And then we took staff members over 2,000 addresses that we couldn't account for and drove them out physically here in town so that we could come up with exactly how many addresses we didn't serve in town. So we could show you how many we were in, how many we weren't. We broke it down to show that there are 4.44% of addresses in town that we don't serve. And we broke it out into some categories here. Do I have an exact map of where? No. Why? Because it's a private business and it's competition, and it could be handed to our competition to show where to go. Do I think that MetroNet probably won't go to those same areas because it wouldn't meet a private ROI? Yes. Will it be extremely expensive for the city to go to those same areas? Yes. Is there an outcry from those areas to come to us and asking us for service? No. Where there has been, and there has been some, we have worked with those folks, whether it be a residential development, whether it be an individual, to try to bring service to them, whether it's a collective group of homes who have come with us and worked on an ROI and contributed some themselves, whether it's been a private landowner who has opened a trench to help save money on boring. Boring's over $9 a foot. So that's quite a bit of cost there. So there are things that we're willing to do. We're still in this game. We're not going anywhere. We're still willing to work with the city no matter what you do. So whatever you decide to do, if you want to look at these gaps and if you want to sign a confidentiality agreement and look at those, we're still willing to do that, even knowing you may take that and use it yourselves, but we do have that information and are willing to do it. And we had 6 trouble calls today in Ames, and we ran those today. So I don't know how many trouble calls each city department had today, but I'm not saying we won't have 12 tomorrow, or a piece of fiber that gets cut by the Story County or by the city or by some private developer in town. But, we've got 40 employees who fight every day for that. And it is, very difficult to continually hear the negative over and over. But we are here. We do want to continue to work with you, and our doors open. Shoot me an email, give me a call. I'll be glad to sit down with any of you, go over all of these numbers, and show you individual trouble calls, the reasons why, go over individual addresses, even addresses mentioned here tonight. I'm familiar with them, and can tell you what the problems have been and what we've worked on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you just clarify, just so we make sure I have the notes right? So only 4.4% of addresses in Ames are not served. Is that correct?
1,245 addresses.
And that constitutes 4.4%?
4.44%. Now, we did take out 2,281 addresses that we do not have a right of entry on. Most of those are served by ICS. Those are bulk, mainly college bulk units that ICS has.
Okay,
Thank you. You bet.
So Tim, this was that was a component of the last report that we brought to you. We gave MediaCom the list of all 30,303 addresses that we have in the GIS system, and we said which of these do you service or not service, and they broke down which ones were in those bulk contracts with ICS and they couldn't serve, which ones were invalid addresses and so forth. And they came up with those numbers that we put in your report.
I just forgot it was that small, but
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
that.
Any other comments? Go ahead. Sir, if you just come up, sit in the front, then when he's done, we'll let you go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Josh Opperman, 1123 North 3rd. I have a unique position in this. Coming from a town south of here who has an option for internet service that isn't a big company, Huxley. Huxley has a cooperative internet provider and has for many years. 20 years ago, I think, was my first experience with Huxley Cooperative Internet. Works great. It's low cost, and I think they have pretty good market share there. I also have a unique perspective in that for a few years in the 2000s, I worked for Mediacom. I have no experience with Mr. Hicks, so no offense to him, but I have extensive experience with Mediacom and its senior management and the type of company that it is.
Sir, if you could address your comments specifically to the council action form, we don't want to go down the path of talking about other companies.
Oh, certainly. Certainly.
Thank you.
So my reason for bringing this up is that the council is discussing right now what information we have, how information may change. I would urge the council to not put a lot of stock in what Mediacom tells you. I realize there are other providers. There's MetroNet. There are other providers as well, ICS and et cetera. However, and I'm happy to share these stories with any member of council. I'm not going to bring them up here in a public forum, but there are a number of times that that Mediacom did things that I would consider to be unethical business practices to their employees.
Sir, did you not hear what the mayor instructed you? I mean, I'm not trying to play the role of the mayor tonight, but I'm perplexed that you would just ignore our mayor's encouragement to focus on the issue at hand.
Right, and I have.
No, you haven't.
No, you just basically you're basically talking negative about Mediacom. So, do you have a recommendation? What is your position regarding the internet feasibility study in terms of encouraging that?
Right. My position is that the city should move forward with municipal internet and a feasibility study, obviously first. But I would not let the perfect get in the way of the good, because the situation, as you know, is not great right now. We do have service issues and other things, as has been mentioned. And I would say that where we have numbers about what areas are so serviceable, as it's called, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're receiving service. And I moved recently. Took a month to get my service and 3 trips to the provider. And that's, a person who had the time to do it and knew exactly what needed to be done. I could have done it myself, frankly, but it took a month to do so. But my address has always been and still is marked as serviceable. So just because an address is marked serviceable doesn't mean that it is.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm happy to meet with anyone privately to share those additional stories as far as credibility goes in the data. But I would urge you to move forward quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ido Friedberg, 908 Vermont Circle, Ames. I'd just like to echo and expand a little bit on what Councilman Martin talked before, the net neutrality aspect. There are a couple of more aspects there that are important. And yes, I think that only a public utility will be able to preserve net neutrality. It is important for other reasons other than the ones that David Martin stated. One is having to do with what an internet is as a utility. And the utility will promote 2 things. One is universal accessibility. Everybody gets water, everybody gets electricity, everybody should get internet. And the analogy that was made here about, I don't care where the pipe comes from, well, the thing is that the pipe analogy breaks at some point. The net neutrality will mean that certain content will come down the pipe faster than others. That is important also for the aspect not only of fairness and so on, but also for the aspect of economic growth. Small businesses might get and do get hit by web throttling by the larger interests that operate for internet by internet service providers. So, for example, when Netflix were not very large still, but being a large threat, they were throttled heavily by certain ISPs exactly for that reason. Now, if we have, for example,
could you tie that in with the study?
How that was studied. Okay,
please, thank you.
So basically, I'm trying to show my support for a more for the municipal internet based on that, because I think that only municipal internet will be able to maintain the internet as an economic engine that not only will construe fairness and accessibility, but also will promote economic growth of small businesses in Ames and otherwise, because without net neutrality, small businesses and larger medium businesses also that do not dovetails with the interest of whatever company provides the internet, and it will be a monopoly. It may not be Mediacom, it may be someone else, but it probably will be a monopoly or an oligopoly where they divvy up the pie. That's the way things work in the US. There's no way around that. That's the way things work. This may harm, especially in a town like Ames that relies on small businesses. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
I have a question, not so much as a comment. What does the state and the federal government do with all this stuff? It seems to me like I'm scared of a lot of the technologies as they exist, and so I don't even have.
Richard, do you have a comment specifically on this topic? Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we close public input. Council?
So it seems like we've been talking a lot lately about quality of life, amenities that we can provide to encourage economic development, encourage various demographics to want to live in our community. And I think the Healthy Life Center discussion, some of the things we're going to discuss later tonight, and this particular issue all sort of tie into that theme. And so even though I'm not necessarily 100% convinced that we need to do this study right now, I see the big picture and the way that a high quality internet service helps us to achieve what I think is a greater vision for the community, just like some of the things we're going to talk about later on. And so I am going to support it, and because of that big picture. And so I would move option 1.
Second.
All right, moving second on option number 1, which is to do the RFP in 3 phases, as Brian talked about. Consulting model, yes, thank you. Discussion.
I think the value in identifying gaps and determining where we have service, don't have service, and just getting a baseline for where we need to move from is going to be useful for other things, as shown in the staff report, especially city services such as the adaptive traffic system and others. So I'm supportive of this because it has ancillary benefits.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
I also support option 1. I think this is a great balance. I think it's a very thoughtful proposal. And it will, gives us the opportunity to look at combinations that we might not have thought of otherwise or would have overlooked otherwise, and decide whether they're close enough to our goals. I just ask that we keep all our goals in mind, but ultimately we'll have to decide, and that's at a future meeting.
Chris?
I'm going to end up supporting this for a lot of the same reasons that people have said earlier. But the concern that I will continue to share is just the timing issue. We're going to be looking at things and doing things that may not align with some of the other things that are happening with this in the community. So as we work through this process, if it looks like we're 3 months ahead, I hope we would at least consider phasing it in such a way that it fits into buckets a little cleaner with some of the decisions that we have to make. I just don't want to put the cart ahead of the horse if we don't have to.
Yeah.
I think this was a very good exercise. I appreciate, David, your comments on net neutrality. We've been thinking about service really just in terms of a very limited standpoint, and I think that this issue of net neutrality was very important. I think Ito's contribution about thinking about how small businesses are impacted also dovetails very nicely with your comments. and the comment about quality of service from Mr. Madden I thought was very helpful. There are a lot of people who are low-income families in our community that I think will benefit as we improve the overall quality of service, that are counting on us getting this right. And I also, before we take this vote tonight, there are a number of people who've been working on this issue for, David, what do you think, 2 years maybe?
At least,
Yeah.
certainly.
So I love it when people in the community rally around a cause, develop a plan, advocate for their cause in a thoughtful, fact-based approach, and you should be commended for your efforts to present information to council. So,
Okay. Everyone knows the motion. Those in favor say aye.
aye.
Opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you, Brian. All right, move on. Number 31, response to letter from Federal Highway Administration regarding non-compliant crosswalk at the intersection of 5th Street and Douglas Avenue. Steve and Mark?
Well, I think you know that it received a letter from the Federal Highway Commission requesting that we remove the crosswalk. And I think it's a decision the council voted in, so we want to make sure before we take any action as staff, we get your direction. Mark provided a legal background. He can go over with the memo I think is attached with the ramifications or lack of ramifications for us. Eliminating the crosswalk itself. So I think Mark's here to answer any questions.
Yeah, I think that council, you have the memo. So do you have any questions for Mark regarding this?
The only question I guess I have is, do we need to do anything? Can we just accept the letter and say thank you?
We could do that. Or we could respond to the letter if you wish.
Doesn't ask for a response.
So we can
Doesn't
just
ask.
ignore it then?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't ask for a response. It's, as I said in my memo to you, that, they couldn't explain to me how they had jurisdiction over the city street. They were unaware of any penalties and said they were still researching that, and unaware of any penalties that have been implemented against any other city that has used colors in crosswalks. Frankly, I think there's, the manual itself, there's a good argument that we're not violating the manual, because the manual itself doesn't contain this prohibition on colors. That's in the official ruling, they call it. It's like an internal memo where they've stated their position. That's not law. The manual is law, but their opinion of what the manual says, and adding to it is not law. So I don't think we're violating the manual. I don't think the manual applies to the city streets. I don't think they have the jurisdiction, and I'm willing to stand by that.
Okay. Council, we do have someone that has in the audience that is asked to speak, so I will open brief public comment. Bill, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and your address, and then Bill is the one that forwarded the email to us today that I forwarded on to you, so you've seen that. So Bill, I don't think we need to, if you want to just highlight that.
Sure, absolutely. Good evening. Bill Dieslin, 5209 Maryland Street. I want to preface my comments with, I'm not an attorney, especially when I have one so close to me and I'm talking about rules, but, and maybe that's why I'm so bold as to say that the Federal Highway Administration has misinterpreted their own rules. I believe that the Federal Highway Administration is wrong, just outright wrong. And my comments are based on the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. That's the 2009 edition, revised in 2012. This manual has two kinds of statements in it. It has standards. Standards are written in bold text, and they have words like you must, you will, you shall. It doesn't leave a whole lot of wiggle room in there for interpretation. Guidance in this manual is written as ordinary text. It is recommended, but it is not mandatory. Based on my review of the manual, it is abundantly clear to me that the Federal Highway Administration is at best offering Ames a suggestion, not an edict. The There's a definition to crosswalks. It's really long and it's really painful, and I don't want to go into that, but I do want to read just part B of the definition of a crosswalk. It says, any portion of a roadway at an intersection or elsewhere distinctly indicated as a pedestrian crossing by pavement markings, lines, substance, or surface, which may be supplemented by contrasting pavement, texture, style, or color. Okay, I'm just contrasting pavement, texture, style, or color. And I'm up here, not an attorney, but I'm telling you that a rainbow is color. Okay. The other thing that is in this definition is they have a definition for crosswalk lines, and I think this is where the federal government's getting bent all out of shape. Crosswalk lines are white pavement marking that identify the crosswalk. The rainbow crossing in Ames has white lines demarcating it. So it is consistent with the federal recommendations. It also is contrasted with color, as I just mentioned. So again, it's completely consistent with the federal rule. The other part is, and this is in bold, so this is what you shall do. It says when crosswalk lines are used, not you must use crosswalk lines, but when crosswalk lines are used, they shall consist of a solid white lines that mark the crosswalk. They shall not be less than 6 inches or greater than 24 inches width. What we have at the Rainbow Crossing is perfectly in compliance with the federal requirements. One last thing I wanted to point out is that the same agency that is telling you this is a safety issue, and I'm a board certified safety professional, so safety is very, very important to me. The same agency that is telling you that this is a safety issue conducted research, and in that research, they found that a completely, totally unmarked crossing is no more and no less safe than a marked crossing. I have the report number if you're interested in reading it, so that you can go on with that. But again, I'm not an attorney. If I was mayor for a day, I would probably, I'm sorry, I would probably write a letter to the federal, the Highway Administration saying, thank you for the advice. We'll give it the attention it deserves. And I would leave it at that. And then if that is, if that's inappropriate, then I would just simply not reply at all. And those are my comments. Again, I'm not an attorney.
And also, but again, just to reinforce, this is not just someone off the street. You actually have a long storied career in this kind of area of expertise and safety. Is that correct?
I've been interpreting regulations at the international, federal, state, and local level since forever. And I wish they were here tonight so I could say it to their face. They are wrong. They have misinterpreted their own rule.
Yeah. So I want to just go on council to make sure that they understand it's not someone's opinion. It's a person who is basically educated, trained, and equipped in this particular area. So it's not just a matter of hearsay. And we appreciate your efforts and the documentation, the chapter and verses you gave us.
Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else want to make a comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public input.
I have a quick question for the city manager. Steve, we must get a lot of traffic and streetscape requests throughout the year, don't we? Get any idea how many sort of requests we get to do things?
In regards to this particular issue, just stop
just
signs?
Requests for streetscape and traffic. That's a lot, right?
A lot. Yeah.
Okay. That's my question.
Okay.
So do you need an official motion to ignore the letter?
Yeah, I think it'd be good just to go on record and just say that and go ahead, Amber.
I would move that we not respond.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded.
Yeah, and not take action, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you, Mark. All right, we'll move on to item 32. We'll go through that one. Then we're going to take a short break before we move on to the hearing. So,
Do you want to report or?
I think that Don and his staff did an excellent job of laying out the situation. Do you have any comments you want to make, Don? That'd be helpful for the council before you take any kind of action or not?
I can go over it
very quickly if you'd like.
Is that necessary? I mean, no disrespect. I mean, it's just one of those, if we understand it, we got a lot of things on the agenda. So do you have any questions for Don on this situation?
If I could make one small comment, I did take it to URAB just prior to
Oh, thank
council.
you. Yes, that's right.
And one of the things that you're considering is the in one, it says basically that we would be looking at bringing down Unit 8 the week of the 15th. They softened that a little bit to say the whole idea on the timing is to be able to give haulers, to give Boone County landfill and stuff notice. And not knowing the true life of Unit 8, they kind of softened it a little bit or gave it more latitude to say, you know, within 10 to 14 days, we would bring the unit down after notifying the haulers and Boone County. The other thing they said was just, let's assume that the unit trips offline 2 or 3 more times, we have to go in and fix. They also recommended that they recommended asking council to put $50,000 into the boiler account, just so if it trips offline and we end up needing to spend more than the 100, that we don't have to call a special council meeting to add additional money in there. It would only be used if we needed to, but this was the recommendation of URAP. So their language was slightly changed to say that the unit would come down between 10 and 15 days after notifying the haulers and Boone County landfill, and asking council to direct up to $50,000 in funds into the boiler maintenance account.
Now, per the staff report, it said as of September 19th, you have about $100,000 remaining in the boiler maintenance budget.
Yes, sir.
Would it be adding another $50,000 to that?
Yes,
so I
sir.
have 150?
And it is only as a precaution in case, let's say we have another 2 boiler leaks between now and the next council meeting. It would, we don't plan on spending it. We don't think we need it, but it was a precautionary recommendation.
We will
by
still need
URAP.
a change order from the council to approve when they do the work. So that really doesn't help. We can move the money administratively. It'll take the authorization from the council, just so you're aware of that.
Yes, that's what we're asking for tonight.
You'll still need a change order in action by council, though.
Yes.
So you understand that?
Yes, the way, and
sure they
maybe
do.
we're saying the same thing, is URAB was recommending that a change order by council. You're shaking your head, Steve, so.
In advance, get a change order? I can't do that.
Okay. Fair enough.
But I know what you're saying. We said we're at $100,000. They want to make sure, and Don can look at his budget and reprioritize his budget to add the 50,000. I just don't think they understand that they still have to come back to the city council if you exceed the policy on change orders. I'm not sure they understand that.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing, but I will acquiesce on the.
Let's just stick to the record. We'll move the 50,000 in if the council wants to. It's just reprioritizing the budget. That's easy to do administratively. But I think you're saying you want to change it from the week of October 15th. The motion, it's 10 days after you notify the haulers.
10 to 14 days. Within 10 to 14 days, we wanted to leave a little flexibility there. Let's say Boone County landfill says, can you move it to a Monday versus a Friday or something like that? So that's why URAB had recommended between 10 and 14 days after notifying the haulers.
It'd be easier to say no later than 14 days after.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion left? Any questions for Don on this?
Don, have you had any interaction with the haulers about this? Do they know this is coming?
We have had ongoing communication with the haulers. I mean, every day that the unit is down, we send them a daily email, comes out of resource recovery, where they say, go to Boone, so they're familiar with the routes to Boone. This will be harder on the haulers because it's a longer distance to drive. Rather than dropping it off at resource recovery, longer distance to drive. Boone County is not designed to handle all of Ames garbage on a continual basis, so there will be delays. So this is a difficult process for the haulers, and so they're aware of it. But with council's direction, we'll be definitely having a meeting and talking to them about all of the details. And this should not last any longer than the first part of December. We're planning on Unit 7 to be online somewhere between Thanksgiving and Christmas. So again, we're trying to be understanding, and we're hoping that we can do better than what we're stating here.
Thanks.
Other questions for Don? All right, I entertain a motion.
I would move that we adopt the language that URAB has recommended and approve.
In terms of dollar amount, I think what they're telling you is we had said we should spend up to a
Talking about the dollar amount, I was about
Okay,
to
you said
finish it,
approve.
Steve. So the language that URAB has recommended with regard to the no more than 14 days after the haulers have been notified.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Now, is there anything else that we
The
need to
second
do?
part is I think they're recommending that you be prepared to spend up to $150,000.
Yes, sir.
Where we said we're only going to spend maybe 100,000. So that may come at a later date is all I'm trying to say, but they've gone on record now. They want you to support that additional expenditure.
Yes, sir.
Is that okay to say that way?
Probably no council action necessary, just unless you've notified us that could be a possibility.
That's what we're saying.
And
So we
you're just
hope-
going to reprioritize it.
Yeah.
so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if the council would mind, Bill, I just had a question for you from a resource recovery plan. If we're going to be shut down, we know you're going to be some inconvenience. Are there projects that I'm sure you're already thinking about this, that could be, moved up? Like you approved the conveyor project tonight and consent. Are there other things that can be done, or what thoughts do you have?
Certainly. Yeah, we've been having conversations with electric services here the last few weeks about it. We've been putting together a list of projects that we can take, that we'll work on. They're going to take an extended period of time, so we can take advantage of this opportunity to make sure we're keeping things in good running condition.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we have been working on that.
Yeah, good. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, let's take a 5-minute. Do you have a question?
Well, it's just food for thought for us. It's not a question for staff, but at what point do we alter how we're marketing the resource recovery plan, right? I mean, we have a gap in service where everything is getting landfilled to boot, or a vast majority, or everything is getting landfilled straight away. But we still market our garbage system as the most environmentally friendly alternative, right? We still tell people, if you go on our website and look, it still says, you don't have to worry about it in Ames. You just put it all in your garbage and it gets dealt with in the best possible way. Well, we know when we have something like this come up, that's not true, at least for a duration. So in this particular case, it's maybe a quarter of a year, number of months anyway. So this is just something for us to think about, or Steve, more the marketing element of that than it is the operations at the plant or the electric plant. But it's just something I've been thinking about, because I think it's disingenuous to advertise to the citizens that we're taking care of everything if they just throw it in the garbage, when in fact it's, in a case like this, it is just being landfilled. So that's my...
Don, I appreciate that, Brown, because I've kind of wondered the same thing a little bit, but I'm also thinking power plant's just gotten hit with, both barrels of a shotgun for the last couple of years. And can you just talk about, once 7's done, the reliability, my understanding is reliability is just going to be very, very high, and we could essentially address the concern that Brown was raised.
Yes. From going to coal to natural gas, ironically, coal had some advantages in burning it, absent burning coal. It allowed us to burn RDF and take care of a lot of things that come out of garbage. Burning plastics creates a lot of chlorine, for example. Switching to natural gas, you no longer have the benefits of the ash from coal to handle that. And natural gas also brought more moisture. What this did was then this exasperated.
Yeah, I mean, I've been paying attention. I remember the moisture makes the acid cling on the tubes more than it did before. And
pipes.
Yeah.
The key that we're doing with both Unit 7 and Unit 8 is we are installing specially coated tubes with this Inconel coating, which is a nickel-based product that I don't want to say prevents, but it severely reduces the amount of attack from that. So these tubes will last a lot longer, and we've got some good experience. Long story short, 7 will be up in December, end of November and December. That then will be our main unit. And then in 2020, we'll be working on 8 and finishing up what we call the superheat section. At that point in time, we will have 2 very, very good units that are coated in this Inconel. And that will bring us back to a level of reliability that we'll have 2 good units that when one is down for maintenance, the other one will be there. And then I'm anticipating a 95 plus availability of one unit or the other.
Good. When you have 2 units up and running with the Inconel coating, will their capacity for burning RDF equal what we were at when we were burning coal, or is it still lower because of the natural gas?
When we went from coal to natural gas, we actually, I'll say, oversized the burners so that we could continue to burn the same amount of RDF whether we're burning coal or natural gas. So that does not have an impact. 8 by its size can burn more than Unit 7 can. Unit 7 is about little more than half the size of Unit 8. So 8 is the primary unit that we would use. 7 on our heaviest load days is difficult to keep up fully, but we have what we call the resource recovery bin that hopefully then use of that can surge and allow us to do that.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's good to hear. So that once both are back up and running and have the Inconel modifications, then we'll be back at where we were when we were burning coal.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe even better.
Okay. Good. That's what I like to hear.
All right.
Appreciate it. And I know it's a process and it created, the acids created a wrinkle in having to do the Inconel, procedure, which took time and money, of course. But I want to be clear that we're not mismarketing things to citizens, when they are expecting us to be doing one thing we say and we might not be. But I understand in this circumstance. So.
We do appreciate the perseverance. I know you guys, you don't enjoy coming back and saying, oh, I need more money. We got this headache. We got this issue. And so it's been, I think, trying for a lot of people. But thank you for your leadership, for what you're doing. We're going to get through this. And I appreciate your comment, Brown, because I think it is important that our residents, our patrons essentially know where it's going. And I think we just got to bide our time just a little bit longer, get to that point. Obviously, the other thing is to the carriers. The carriers are going to sustain additional costs, but the point is, if we get through this, we should have great reliability, and hopefully we'll be on a path where we're going forward and not having all these hiccups. Yep.
Thank you.
Good.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let's take a quick 5-minute recess. Okay, we'll go back in session and we're going to move on to
We're in session, April.
thank you. Item 33, hearing on amendments to fiscal year 2019-2020 budget regarding carryovers. Public hearing.
Mayor and Council, I think it's pretty well explained in the Council Act form. This is our most straightforward of the amendments that we do during the year. These are the projects that were not completed, approved by you last year, and are carried forward into this year. The specifics are listed in the back.
Any questions for Dwayne on this one?
Is there any sort of sense of trend? Like, are there more than there were money or projects carried over, or is it like a pretty standard amount?
You know, it can really vary depending on large projects. So, for example, last year we were just under 71 million total. All the projects this year were at about 79. You know, when you think about the size of our projects, it's not really a huge increase, but it is up a little bit.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions for Dwayne? All right, declare the public hearing on the amendment to fiscal year 2019-2020 budget regarding carryovers to be open. Anyone from the audience wish to address council on this? Seeing none, we'll close public hearing, entertain motion on resolution approving amendments.
Move the resolution?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Aye.
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 Okay, moving on to item 34. First of all, staff is here to answer any questions, but does council have any questions for staff? Okay. Declare a public hearing on the amendment to adopt a reuse plan, major site development plan for 2501 Grand Avenue to allow for changes to building, construction of new buildings, including fast food restaurant, parking, and landscaping improvements to be open. Anyone in the audience wish to address council on this? Seeing none, we'll close public hearing, entertain motion on resolution approving amendment to plan.
Move approval.
Second?
Moved and seconded, discussion? Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Okay, well, moving on, number 35, hearing on 2018-19 sanitary sewer rehabilitation siphon. Any questions for staff on this one?
They all left me.
All right, declare the public hearing on the 2018-2019 sanitary sewer rehabilitation siphon to be open. Anyone wish to address council on this? Seeing none, declare the public hearing to be closed and entertain a motion accepting report of bids.
Continuing public hearing.
Thank you. My mistake.
Both.
Yeah.
So I'll move to accept the report of bids and continue the public hearing to October.
Okay, let's do two. My apologies. We need to continue and we need to, yep. Thank you, Dave. Go ahead.
So moved, like I said.
Continue public hearing and report, accept report. All right, thank you. All right, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Item 36, declare a public hearing on 2019-2020 sanitary sewer rehabilitation in Munn Woods to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this topic? Seeing none, close public hearing, entertain a motion to continue the public hearing and accepting the report of bids.
So moved.
Second.
All right, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 37, declare the public hearing on conveyance of vacated 180-foot by 16-foot of alley right-of-way north of Lincoln Way and east of Elm Avenue to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this topic? Seeing none, close public hearing, entertain a motion on third passage and adoption of ordinance number 4391, vacating 180 feet by 16-foot of alley right-of-way north of Lincoln Way and east of Elm Avenue.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Aye.
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 Thank you. And entertain a motion on resolution approving a quitclaim deed conveying said property to Forest Park Properties LLC.
Move approval?
Second.
Roll call?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Item 38. Rezoning of master plan 507 Lincoln Way from downtown gateway commercial to highway oriented commercial.
Mayor, like previous items that we've handled on this topic, I will be abstaining from this vote.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, City Council. Justin's going to walk through this application for you. What's at request here is a rezoning. The graphic up here depicts that change. There's a lot of glare on that one. On the side screen, you can see this better. The purple color is the downtown gateway zoning district. The city created this zoning district and applied it last year. And the request is to go back to the HOC zoning for the two properties that were recently consolidated as one property. It had the Taco Time business and the Kentucky Fried Chicken franchise on it as well. So Justin will walk through really what we're talking about is a request by the applicant. As they've indicated, it's to support the relocation of a Starbucks drive-through facilities further to the east. It would facilitate, in their eyes, a redevelopment vision for that block to the east. And the reason they're asking for this change is to situate the drive-through in a manner that is typical of a Starbucks or another kind of fast food franchise use. What we talked about in the staff report is an evaluation of different options for this. Sorry. What we talked about in the staff report is both how the land use policy plan kind of looks at this area as both highway commercial as well as a focus area for the corridor plan. We also talked about there's practical considerations here about the zoning district because there are differences, not just in use, but the style and design that went along with the downtown gateway versus highway oriented commercial. When we evaluated this with the applicant, we did look at three scenarios, and Justin's going to walk through those three examples that we talked about. We referenced in the staff report, one we didn't think was workable. Even though it may meet zoning, it wasn't workable from an access perspective. And then there's two other options. One with HOC and one with downtown gateway. So Justin, go on ahead.
Thanks. So of the three proposals that we looked at with the applicant, I'll start off real quick here with the proposal that would not be favorable to traffic off of Lincoln Way in terms of queuing. This is a proposal that has the main access there near the southwest corner of the property. And traffic that would come off of Lincoln Way would have to queue up relatively quickly there back toward the entryway. This has the drive-through, of course, along Clark, parking to the west. The other two options, one of which the applicant is proposing and one of which we as staff drafted up to show compliance with the current downtown gateway zoning, follow. So the
proposal here that you see is the one that is included in your report. That is the one that the applicant's proposing for the site. The queuing, you can see again the entrance off of Lincoln Way, but there is more space and more distance for queuing there to the east and north and back around the north side of the building. Obviously, the building would have be landscaped, or the site would be landscaped around the site. Parking along the east side between the building and Clark Avenue. This particular version is or rather does not comply with the current zoning, as the current DGC zoning requires that the major streets such as Clark and Lincoln Way have no parking between them and buildings. So it requires a walk-up, more of a walk-up style design for buildings. This is the draft that city staff came up with and showed to the developer, talked over with them. This has the parking compliant outside of the front yard or outside of the area between the building and the main streets. Gilchrist in the DGC zoning standards currently is not considered a main arterial, so therefore it does not require that parking not be between it and the building. So this would be something that could be done and is zoning compliant as far as building and parking placement.
So after reviewing these with the applicant, they chose to move forward with this application, and I think they'll speak to why on their side as to the merits of this. So I think what ultimately we are recommending approval. I think the land use policy plan, although it has this area included as a broad focus area, the council did selectively rezone areas to DGC last year. And one of the main reasons we're able to support the proposal is it does not cause a net increase in drive-through facilities. That was a major area of discussion with the downtown gateway zoning. It prohibits more than one per block face, because in this case, you'd be replacing the KFC with a Starbucks. It's not a net increase. I think that's really important, because if you start to look at future requests for this, I think we would want to look again at the intent of the corridor plan, which was to improve the streetscape, reduce these access points, try to make it more of a commercial district over time with some allowances for these types of uses that are more car-centric rather than pedestrian. And in this case, without that, because there is a reduction of driveways, that's why we want the master plan. The drive-through is not a net increase. You can find it to be consistent with the corridor plan, and that's really the basis of our recommendation. We do have two conditions if you choose to move forward with this, because we think the master plan is critical in terms of what you're expecting to see here. That a zoning agreement does come along with the master plan prior to third reading, meaning the property owner agrees that they would follow this general concept and not do something different, because staff would be the approval authority. Council would not see this again if it's rezoned. The other thing that's noted in the report is the basis for this request is that idea that it is targeted to relocating the existing Starbucks, and then they believe they can get this agreement. It would seem to support their proposal that you see some information or evidence that that is in fact the case as we move forward through the rezoning process. So with that, that's the conclusion of the staff presentation.
Questions for staff?
Kelly and Justin, can you remind me, maybe you don't know, so maybe you can't remind me, what the situation of the drive-throughs on the former buildings was?
I mean, like orientation?
Yeah.
Essentially this, the KFC had a driveway on its lot, Taco Time had its own separate driveway, but you went around the KFC building just like this.
And where did you exit?
Towards Lincoln Way.
So you exited onto Lincoln Way, not onto Gilchrist.
Correct. You wrapped the building.
You can tell how often I went through those drive-throughs.
I think on the rezoning map, I think that's clear enough. The original exhibit, you can kind of see the pattern that was there. So you can kind of see where that KFC building is. Right where the arrow's pointing is where the drive-through lane was, and you exited then. You could have wrapped out and gotten to Gilchrist, but you were headed towards Lincoln Way.
Did they both have drive-throughs?
Taco Time did not.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It had a driveway, but not a
It
drive.
had a very narrow parking environment. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when staff brought back the DGC and we're trying to eliminate or reduce or eliminate parking, along the street, what was the intent for that again?
why do we have that parking standard? I think we thought it bolstered the environment to encourage you to bring those buildings as closest to the street as we would allow, rather than set them back from the street. So rather than mandate a build-to line up front, if somebody wanted to have some space for yard area or plaza and have their building set back, they still could, but we didn't want to have parking be that first look or aesthetic to the site. And that was the motivation for that particular parking standard.
Could you go back to the applicant's plan? I'm not here to try and redesign anything, but I was just curious. I mean, if we're trying to really soften the buffer between parking and the street for sake of discussion, could that whole plan in situ be shifted further to the west?
Just the first map you showed looks more like it, right?
Well, I'm saying,
just to be clear,
follow exactly the same.
We haven't evaluated to say this meets the zoning ordinance.
Pardon me?
We have not evaluated to say this meets the zoning.
Well, the reason I asked the question is, could a landscape buffer or something that would soften the impact of the parking on the streetscape be a compromise to still accomplish the desired queuing and access off of Lincoln Way and Gilchrist? And the only thing that'd be changed is just you're just shifting. I know you got this a strange carve out in the corner, up there on top, but I'm just trying to think in terms of there's a lot of landscaping and nice areas that are a buffer between it and the laundromat versus between it and potentially pedestrian areas to try and create this sense of more of a welcoming area. And I would also maintain the front door is actually facing Clark. We all know it, the south side is going similar. They have that now. The other option, you're going to have basically the back side of Starbucks, the one that you had that showed the drive up on the east side. So you're going to have the drive up window and that's it. And the front of the building is actually facing the,
You're talking about the DGC compliant version?
the one that you had done one that was, that one.
Just get rid, that one is. This one.
Okay, I apologize. You're right.
Would definitely bring the.
Never mind.
Essentially the front of the building forward.
Never mind.
Okay. I think if, as a master plan, you don't see these a lot with commercial. It's really in council's purview to ask questions, ask for details about the layout. If there's a particular interest about landscaping or buffering, council can add that as a condition and we can deal with that as part of that zoning agreement because your final action is not tonight, it's first reading at most. So if there's a question about changing the master plan or adding a detail that you don't see, that is something that you can request to make sure it happens when we get to site plan review.
So that was my initial. That's why my question was initially was what was the purpose for not having parking along main thoroughfare, and the idea to try and create a buffer or more pedestrian friendly, and given the amount of space that appears. I understand it's not as easy as it may look, but the point being is that is there a way to try and accomplish both? With understanding that it's a very busy corner, and you have Casey's across, catty corner across the street, and you have lots of drive-through at the on the other side. Anyway, thank you. That's all I have.
So just to follow up on what John was saying, if you are shifting orientation on this lot, are we able to tell from these plans whether the number of parking spaces is the same or not?
Same as what?
As each other? The DGC version versus
You mean total provided on site?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could. I think we just looked at what the minimum parking requirement was and we didn't go a whole lot further than, yes, it can meet minimum parking, but we could. I think we could tell you the two if you give us a minute.
Okay. Any other questions for Kelly or?
Yeah, I was just going to ask. It's sort of parking. It's bike parking related. So in DGC, we put in the only really requirement we have in areas for bike parking in that downtown gateway. Is this an example of something we could add into that contract where we would want to see some bike parking provided on this site? Maybe similar to what you would see in downtown Gateway. Could we ask that in the rezoning?
I guess I'm not sure what it asks in the ordinance for master plans for commercial sites is to describe the features that are required by code. So the parking, the access, the landscape in general. It doesn't exactly say you can ask for things that aren't otherwise required. That usually stretches into the contract rezoning category where someone is agreeing to conditions.
Oh, and
that are
that's
beyond
not what
code.
this is. I see.
This is not beyond code. This is just giving you an understanding of how development would proceed if the rezoning happened. And you don't normally see this. We thought it was important because of the access management that council had this as a requirement with the rezoning.
I see.
Here's a fair question. Maybe in the course of our conversation, maybe the developer would be amenable to that.
Yeah.
Seems like a reasonable request.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good spot for that type of traffic, and if the whole area is going to be pedestrian, bicycle friendly, yeah. Okay.
Back to Gloria's comment, and this probably isn't 100% fair comparison because I'm not saying that's a valid site plan, nor am I saying for sure, but just roughly it's a version of 2426 on the DGC compliant plan versus 28 shown on this plan. But this plan doesn't meet landscape code, so I'm not going to tell you they have 28 spaces on this project.
And then I have one other question with regard to drive-throughs. If Starbucks relocates here, do we lose a drive-through in that block? Or is there still a drive-through available? I know there was some discussion about whether lots would have the ability to add drive-throughs or not based on how many already existed.
So I believe this is where it's a little tenuous to know exactly what the outcome is. The closing of that Starbucks would not preclude there from being a drive-through on that block face because there wouldn't be one. And you're allowed one. I think what the developer is saying is that the value of the land is high enough that it wouldn't get replaced as a fast food restaurant, but that's something you're trusting the market to do if you go with that proposal.
Any initial questions for staff? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing on the rezoning with master plan of 507 Lincoln Way, and I think that, Chuck, are you prepared to, as an applicant?
Mayor, I'd like to speak from over here because I've got a couple of things I need to put on Elmo, if that's okay, and to be easier.
Just let's make sure we you on camera, the audience at home.
That's okay. I don't need to be on camera.
Go ahead and, yep, got you. Mike.
Okay, Chuck Winkleblack, Hunziker Companies, 105 South 16th Street. Just a couple of things. Probably the big thing with the DGC plan that was not discussed, and then the challenges. And again, I just did a little bit. When we showed this to Starbucks, they said, how do our people get from their cars to the, and so I added a sidewalk, which the only other option is for them to walk down the middle of both drive aisles. And so not only is that unsafe, do you look at these particular spots that are over in here have no way for the people to get to here. And to think that the people are going to, even if we did put a sidewalk in, to think that people are going to go walk around there with vehicles, and I don't think anybody's ever going to use that sidewalk, quite honestly. So then we have all the parking spaces where we're asking the patrons, the public, to walk down through the two drive aisles. Oh, I'm sorry. To walk down through the two drive aisles to get to the front door. Some of the parking spots there, if you look up in the corner, are almost 200 feet away from the front door. So that, I guess, in and of itself is challenging. And then for the people, when they come through, if you come in through, come up around here, come back out, then you have to cross incoming traffic that are people that are coming in to get out. So not only do you be crossing the cars coming in and the people walking to and from the building. So it just seems like that's a really poor safety plan. And to get patrons to the front door, just doesn't seem very workable. I think somebody also brought up that this is what is the kitchen, restrooms. So you would likely have 3 blank walls. That'd be a blank wall, that'd be a blank wall, and that'd be a blank wall. So you have the poorest part of the building, looking part of the building, is at the focal point of your corner, which I guess to me is not a great access. It's just not good for the look of the building.
Excuse me, let's just take the word Starbucks out of this. Let's just say any. This would be a challenge for any drive-through restaurant, whether it's would that be accurate? Because the point is the way they want to organize their seating, their service area, the garbage, all that stuff. I mean, so it's just I'm trying to keep this at a higher level of view that this is a challenge that we have to understand from a standpoint of a DGC drive-through approach, whether it's here or anyplace else. That's going to be a real challenge to try and get.
And we knew that as we talked through the drive-through, and that's why we were trying to. The other thing about it, if people do come along here and they try to get to the front door, this area is where the outside seating would likely be. So then you have to walk through the patio, or you have to build more pavement to get around the patio to get into the front door. So logistically, having that patio there, which is right on Lincoln Way, which is not where people generally would want to set, by pushing this, then we're pushing the patio even up closer. So with the traffic that goes along Lincoln Way, I don't know that that's in this particular user's idea was not a great place to have outside public seating on one of the busiest streets in our town. The other thing, when we talk about this project and how it affects what we're going to the east, what we're doing to the east, if I might, and these are just conceptual, we had a couple of things that when we looked about, like what it would be like if Starbucks were to stay. So we've got 2 different views here, one of which is what it would look like, from kind of looking down, and the other is kind of a ground level view. And so do we really want to have what could be a 6-story building, 7 or 8-story building, a 1-story building with a drive-through being the only access point on Lincoln Way, and then a 5-story office building on the other side of this building would be dwarfed in the middle of that block and be the only access point, that we'd have there. And again, the other one is very conceptually, this is what we've talked about for I don't know if we can make that any bigger, Justin. I don't know how to do this thing. But here again, this is kind of again, conceptually, this is what we talked about. And if you look in that area, we're eliminating 10 access points onto Lincoln Way. So we currently have in this, and we're at Taco Time and KFC. Taco Time and KFC in and of itself has 6 access points onto Gilchrist, Clark, and Lincoln Way. So we're going from 6 to 2. This particular area, this 2-block area, goes from 10 to 1 and potentially none. Where you see down in this area is kind of a bus pull-off. So again, there's 10 there today, and this goes to 0. So as far as making it walkability, the heart of the Lincoln Way corridor plan, again, this is not a final. This has a nice corridor, a gathering space that we had talked about in between the buildings that had, places for people to gather. And here's what we end up with if we have a Starbucks in the middle of it. And Starbucks has said that, they're perfectly happy staying where they are. They do a great business there. And we've talked at great length with Starbucks folks, and I know others have said, just tell Starbucks what they have to do. They'll acquiesce eventually. And they have said, fine, we'll just stay where we are. We won't move and do this. They said, we will not move and do that. We'll stay where we are, we'll remodel, and then we'll end up with either a version of that or a version of that where we have a single-story building amongst 6 or 8-story buildings. So we've been working at this for almost 3 years now, and the challenge is Starbucks is a big company. They have over 27,000 stores around, so they feel like they know a little bit about site design and how to run a good business. And the lady was very nice, but initially they were like, we're happy being here. We do a good business here. The property owner lives in China, was not accessible. We finally got a hold of him. First he was not. He's like, I got a lease. Why would I do this? So we've spent a better part of a year trying to get the stars aligned, and we believe now that we're within a week or two of having an agreement between the property owner that lives in a foreign country, behemoth of a company in Starbucks. So we'd really like to move this forward so that we can end up with, again, something that we would like to do, like that, which is really the essence of the Lincoln Way corridor plan that has large gathering space, office buildings, retail, public plaza, gathering space. But our investors, the people that we talk to, are less excited if we have a drive-through right in the middle of what is supposed to be a walkable office where people live, that kind of stuff. So unless you have any other questions, I would urge your support for option number 1.
You gonna put in a bike rack? I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because that was one of the things when we talked about with them initially, that they thought that there was a good area right there for bicycle storage because, again, that's one of the things that they feel like they're lacking now and that would like to make accommodation for, and that appeared to be a great spot for it. So thank you for bringing that up, because we did talk about that in our early review. To answer one last thing, to answer the question, that pesky city well up in the corner that's why we're cut out there with that little building that sits right there. So we would do whatever we could, and again, these are preliminary, to slide that over as much as we can and still circulate traffic around the building so that we could create a buffer between the parking here and the sidewalk that's already over there on Clark. So we will, do whatever we can to try and accommodate that. It would obviously look better. That will just be dead space along the west side there. However, that the city well, when we talked to Steve about moving it and the 2 blocks to the east, it's between $800,000 and $1 million to move it. So we'll probably try to have to work it around it in this particular area. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Right. Are there other people in the audience that want to address council on this particular topic? And council, given the amount of time that we gave to Chuck, will certainly extend that courtesy to Rick as well, too.
Okay. I'm not going to need that much time. But Rick Thompson, 414 South of Suite 104 with Tomco LLC. We own property on the south side of Lincoln Way in the DGG zoning. And of course, we went through, like Chuck said, a couple of years of going through all this. And we weren't fans of the rezoning, obviously, along with a lot of other property owners along Lincoln Way. I guess I didn't think we'd be, now that we did rezone, and we kind of willy-nilly the rezoning a little bit. You got the Grand Junction area where it ended up being at the last minute back to HOC. You have this little 3 properties that are DGZ that Chuck is talking about. And then behind that, to the north of that property, is still HOC. So I guess I'm a little confused of why we just jumped around, and now we're looking at jumping around again with rezoning what Chuck is talking about to HOC. And then right directly to the west is DGZ. But I told Chuck, I said, I'm not here to beat him up or anything on this. I could care less about a coffee shop. Won't say the name of a coffee shop going there. That doesn't bother me, but I think it's only fair. Chuck's got to make a living. We got to make a living. I think it's only fair if the city is willing to rezone that property for his livelihood. I would think that, when the time comes for our property to redevelop, that they would look at us at the same way and rezone our property back to HOC, or just do it now. I mean, Chuck has alluded to the fact that it's difficult to do this in the DGZ zoning. His tenant has obviously said it's tough to do this development in the DGZ zoning. So we're going to be in the same boat someday with our property. When we want to develop it, we're going to be the same way. Our tenant, whoever, how are we going to redevelop it? The city's even saying it's not that easy to develop a drive-through business in the DGZ zoning. So it seems strange to me why we wouldn't just get it over with now and have everybody go back that wants to go back to HOC and go back to the HOC zoning, like we said in the very beginning. I mean, we can't dispute if the city is saying it's difficult, and now we're going to go by whatever some tenant says. Well, they're not going to do it if they don't get it. Well, then we're all going to want to say that, and we do say that a lot of times with development. Well, certain things just don't work, or it's not common sense to do things, whether it's tree planting or parking arrangements or whatever. We're talking the same thing here. So again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you not to rezone it for Chuck, but I would certainly think if you're going to rezone it for him, you would certainly want, I would think, rezone it other people's properties that want theirs rezoned. I think that's only fair, and I don't see how you can pick between one person's project versus another person's project. So my vote would be go ahead and rezone that property, but then give the option to all the other people that got rezoned to GGZ to go back to HOC if they want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Anybody else?
Hello, Joe Ripito, 1317 Kenyon Circle. I did write all of you a letter last week about this issue. I'll read parts of it. I don't have time to read it all. I was writing to urge that you reject this rezoning request. And the reason is your creation of the DGC, which was not without a lot of controversy, was certainly a step in the right direction of eliminating drive-through or reducing drive-through. And approving this proposal, which is totally predicated on how to fit a drive-through into a place that there isn't room for it, your approval of this proposal would set back all the progress you've made. Now, I first talked to the council about the issue of drive-through a little less than 6 years ago. It was a hot issue at that time, particularly for Campustown, and your creation of this new zone was the first time that any steps have been taken toward regulating it, minimizing it, keeping it out of areas that shouldn't have it, or any of those kind of issues. I think we need to recognize that more and more drive-through is so poorly designed and badly situated that it's a menace to pedestrians, it's a menace to bicyclists, it's a menace to vehicular traffic on busy corners like Lincoln Way and Clark. And I gave you examples in this letter, and I don't want to name businesses here, who are problems, and I gave you some other examples where the drive-through design is about as good as it can be. But I think one of the things, if you look at all the drawings that Chuck just put up and the drawings that are in your packets, none of these drawings are very safe. All of them have problems. There's simply not enough room to have a drive-through at this location. And, you know, Starbucks runs a very successful business in Campustown, at least as far as I know it's successful. They don't have drive-through. They don't even have a parking lot. Their customers arrive on foot, by bike, on bus, and that is true for Starbucks locations throughout the country. I'm very familiar with one up in Rochester, Minnesota, right on the corner across from the Mayo Clinic. Same difference. Bus, bike, or foot. That's how they get there. You could have a very nice Starbucks restaurant at this corner with adequate parking if you didn't try to jerry-rig a drive-through into it. Starbucks knows they can do that, and you know they can do that. Now, I want to diverge from what I had written to you and make a couple of other points. In the planning and zoning packet, this was referred to as a pre-existing drive-through. That is just a bastardization of the word pre-existing. There is no pre-existing thing at this corner. The drive-through window of Kentucky Fried Chicken has been crushed into rubble. It has been hauled off. You might be able to call it pre-existing if you still had that wall up there, you know, kind of the way they left the front wall at Crawford School. If you were building around that, maybe you could then say pre-existing. But Kentucky Fried Chicken is dead. Its wall is rubble. There is nothing there. It's not pre-existing. And just for purposes of comparison, so you can think about this concept of pre-existing, a favorite corner of the council has often been 13th and Grand for discussion. Now, that used to have a gas station on it, as some of you will remember. Well, that business has changed, and I'm quite sure there's not a one of you here that would say we could let a gas station be built there today. Well, you don't have to build a drive-through at this location either. What we've really got here is a 1980 design for a 2020 world. A lot of older drive-throughs came into existence in a much different area, less concerned about pedestrians, less concerned about bicycle safety. Traffic issues always seem to surprise planners rather than something that they should have expected. Gas for idling engines was cheap, carbon emissions not yet an issue, and menus more limited. I was in a Panera the other day and not here in town. My item took 13 minutes to get. And they're starting drive-throughs. Now, how are people going to have drive-throughs with 13-minute order filling time?
Joe, I appreciate could you bring your comments to close now, please? Thank you.
All right. So it's a worn-out concept. It ought to be fading away. It ought to be used very limitedly. And just to close then, a good illustration of what other communities are doing. Look at Minneapolis. It already banned new drive-through in 17 of its 23 zoning districts, and last month it banned it citywide. Now, we may not need to go that far, but we need to keep moving in the right direction. And the idea of saying, well, this is okay because it's just the same number we had before. No, that's not okay. We need to be moving less. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello again, Dan Culhane, the Ames Chamber of Commerce. I'd ask you to think about doing the rezoning because our population needs it. I would liken my argument for this tonight to be similar to my support of the Healthy Life Center. I didn't think for a second the Healthy Life Center was the silver bullet that would change our demographics radically to where people came in droves to our community. At the same time, I don't think that the project to the east of this corner that's being proposed will turn that tide that quickly either, but it'll help. 20,000 people come into Ames every day to go to work, and they go home someplace else every night. We've created 10,000 jobs in the last 9 years in this community. We are a job center. We are a definite job center, but people choose to live elsewhere. And as I look at that green space that was shown tonight, I just see that as one reason that maybe someone chooses to live downtown in these units, these professional housing units. Or they live somewhere else in town, but they say, what a great place to recreate on the weekends after being at Workiva or wherever it might be in our community. And so I'm not going to stand here and say, well, this is the end all. This will solve our problem. But it's got to help. Just like the Healthy Life Center wouldn't have solved all of our problems, but I promise you, and I think you folks know that, it would have helped our community greatly. It would have been a point of pride. It would have been an investment in our community that we could point to. This is no different. In this case, though, we've got private interests that are willing to invest probably in excess of $100 million to the east between Clark and Kellogg with a project that I think we'd be pretty proud of. I know none of us in Ames like to be compared to Ankeny, but go to Prairie Trail in Ankeny sometime and see the amount of vibrancy and the amount of life and energy that's there almost any night of the week. I think this project can emulate an awful lot of that. That doesn't mean we need to be just like that, but we can be more like that. And people like to talk about millennials and young people. I want to talk about all people of all ages, because I don't care how old they are. If they want to work in our community, I'd sure like them to live here too. And so that's why I'm really encouraging your vote to rezone this property tonight, not because it's about a coffee shop, but it's about a bigger idea. And we need bigger ideas if we're going to attract people to our community, not only to go to work, but also live here, support our nonprofits, run for school board, whatever it might be. We want those people to be engaged. And the only way they do that is if they live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dan O. I live at 3327 Goldenrod Circle, and just want to speak in support of the motion or the choice to change it to HOC. The two themes are compromise and making progress. So I think if one wants to, you can find a reason to say somebody's not going to like it, let's not support it. However, we've heard a lot of conversation tonight about how this advances the city's goals, and the goals are ambitious, and they take regard for lots of things. So one of the things we do well here is we respect property rights, and then at the same time, our civic organizations and our government cooperate. And one of the great things about this town is we don't have a political machine in City Hall. So we're trying to work on the best behalf of everybody. So if we don't want to have a lot of drive-throughs, let's eliminate where drive-throughs used to be. Let's enable a drive-through moving across the street that we know everybody in this town, probably everybody at this room, is driven through. And let it be a more attractive property, figure out how to make it look right. I'm sure that somebody like Starbucks wants to look good, but they have to have a business model that will work, and their property rights say they don't have to move. But they're willing to move, and that is a sign of compromise. If we allow this to move forward, think about the transformation that can just start in the downtown area. And that will, I don't know what it will do, but it will move a lot more forward. So I don't think you have to say you're going to promise to do anything for anyone else because you change it once, because this is a big deal. And it's neutral. It's neutral to drive through, but it's not neutral to change the landscape. It hits all of these goals about a trafficable, wonderful downtown that we all want to preserve. And why wouldn't we do it? It's just crazy to think about the opportunity. 50 years from now, we might not see this happen again. Think about what will happen if it doesn't happen. All those parcels are going to get resold. They're going to go in another different direction, and they will need their own rate of return that will cost 10, 20, 30, 40 years before somebody will let it come together again. And what a missed opportunity. Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Council?
This is really problematic for me because I was the only member of council who voted not to expand the area for DGC. And so I could be consistent in my vote and say, well, I wanted it to be highway oriented commercial before, so I'll just vote for that. But the council convinced me that we had a vision for this whole area. And so coming into this meeting, I was thinking that I would be voting not to rezone. And at this point, I can honestly say I'm not sure how I'm going to vote because I feel this tension between my original vote, which would not have made this DGC, and the council's will to create the vision of the zoning district.
No, I know what you mean. This is a tough one. When we first did zoning to DGC, I liked the concept of having the this corner and as well as the next one down be sort of all four parts of that corner be DGC. And so I don't love that we just did it and now we're turning back on our decision to zone it as downtown gateway. But I see the bigger picture here. I think we have a really unique and probably pretty timely opportunity to get the development to the east going. And when you think about the transformational opportunity there, that to me is worth this compromise. I know we don't want to add more drive-throughs, and as you said, Joe, we should be reducing them, but we will be reducing curb cuts significantly by allowing this one drive-through to move about a block to the west. We will be reducing, like Chuck mentioned, most of the curb cuts for the next few blocks to the east. So here we have this chance for a really transformative project that will sort of do what we wanted to with downtown gateway. This is the reason we created this zone, is to get some type of project like this. And now we have the opportunity, and it does take some compromise by moving the Starbucks. But I think, that's kind of the way I see it, is that there's a greater cost to not moving now and to losing our opportunity to really get into that downtown gateway concept, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I think the potential of what we have to lose is far greater than a difficult decision that we have to make tonight. I think when we started embarking on this whole Lincoln Way plan, we knew it was going to be hard. We already made some hard decisions when we embraced the DGC rezoning, and I don't think this is going to be the last time that we have to make a difficult decision that may be in conflict with something that we've done in the past. But to Bronwyn's point, I think ultimately we're going to have to consider flexibility and compromise as we work towards this bigger picture that I think we're all on the same page with.
I find myself pretty troubled by it. I'm interested too, because I like some of the diagrams we've been looking at. It seems like it's bigger than DGC requires, but it is the sort of thing that DGC encourages and allows. So that's good. But the process of how we got here is baffling to me. We have before us a rezoning request on a corner that is not part of that development. All of our discussion is about a development that's not in front of us tonight. Last we heard about this was March of 2018 from a company called Argent. That was the last time council heard anything official about this project. And tonight we've seen for the very first time new diagrams from a new project altogether. And I don't understand how we are to faithfully evaluate that material in the context of being asked to do a rezone on a corner so that a property owner who does not own this property can move their tenant into this property because they say they will. It's very confusing. Now, maybe it's because I'm new at this, maybe I'm naive, but the process here, I think, did not squarely put the correct questions before council. It's put a side question that we're told is important to the big question. It's not connected enough. Sorry.
I do find the questions that Rick Thompson brought up very interesting. What if someone else in one of the other peripheral lots comes to ask for rezoning? Do we then say, well, this one we rezoned because we wanted the chance for the other block, but we aren't going to consider your request? Or do we just admit that we are willing to take those requests and deal with them at face value on request to review? It just seems odd that we're carving out this one parcel. And again, I'm the person who didn't want this in the first place. So this is trying to understand.
I think there was an argument from the beginning too, whether this parcel should have even ever been included.
Yes, there was.
I mean, because it's small and it is sort of a difficult piece to work with. I think there's different questions. And like I said before, this is going to be a messy process. We're talking about potentially, hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, hopefully along this corridor. And if anyone thinks that that's going to, happen overnight or going to be easy, I just don't think that's the case at all. So.
And David's point's a good one, that the issue we're being asked to discuss tonight and decide tonight is the tip of the iceberg compared to the next request we'll get, or likely the next decision we'll be asked to make on the block down. And how does making this decision tonight not tie our hands officially, but make us lean in a certain direction on future development, but when we don't really know anything about it yet. But here we're going to make this decision to benefit a future development that we don't know much about officially. And I get that. I mean, it's the private sector that is in charge, that handles land acquisitions and redevelopment, and they're not going to run their plans through government unless they have to. I get that, so it's not like I think it's some sort of shady dealing or anything like that, but our decision tonight will make us head in a trajectory for the development to the east. And we don't know a lot about it officially at this point.
Well, I think to go back to what you said a little while ago, Bronwyn, and I think, and Chuck mentioned it, they spent over a year trying to work with Starbucks. And so I think part of the reason why, I'm guessing, I don't know this, I'm guessing that they needed clear access to all the property. And apparently, I don't know all the mechanizations that are going on, but the point is that if they can get a clear swath of land, it looks like they can move one direction. If not, then it's going to present a different, issue. And I think the key, I think you made the comment that it's clearing a path to allow what the council had really envisioned. Actually, as council proceeded, it was back in 2017 when you adopted the Lincoln Way Corridor Study. I know it's a guiding document, but it was a vision that everyone agreed to and was very excited about. And here we have, and we did talk, council did talk a lot about where do you draw the line with DGC. And I think I did make it, I made a position, I thought everything from Clark going to the west should have been left HOC because we heard that HOC was hard and so we're back at that position. But the point is, a decision was made. But I think the council's got to decide is if it's not rezoned, and we don't know what's going to happen going to the east as much. So.
Right. Yeah. Without the prospect of a future project to the east, Starbucks doesn't need to.
Exactly. If you were just doing it just for whatever, that's a different situation versus a bigger vision. So.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think it's a hard one, but to me, that's sort of why I could be supportive of this as a compromise, because I think what we could get out of it is greater yet.
Are you prepared to make a motion?
Anybody else want to talk?
Yeah, I would say this is a critical vote for Ames. And I love the pictures, Chuck, were very helpful. And I'm going to have a difficult time getting the picture out of my mind of the plaza and the development if we don't embrace this. Every time we go by there, we're going to be thinking about what could have been and looking at that with regret. I know of different developments that I've seen in other cities where you'll see that one property that was a holdout and everything developed around it, and you wonder, what could this have been? And I think we will look back with deep regret if we didn't go forward with this compromise. I think for the reasons you've articulated very well, I think this makes a very good solution for our city.
All right, Brian?
I would move alternative 1, which is, I don't have to read it. It's in there.
Second.
Okay, which is rezoning. With the,
I would,
some of this.
Yeah, and with the bold text too, where the city council should, we direct that this rezoning request not be approved until there's some written proof that Starbucks will in fact relocate.
It's not rezoning it just for rezoning's sake.
Yeah.
All right, just, there's, Amber, you're seconding? All right, further discussion?
I would just say that I'm less concerned about about maintaining a rigid consistency with what we previously did than with the material that's actually been brought before us and the timing of that material and how we are supposed to engage it. Really, all we have tonight is a rezoning request on on this property on the corner. So that's my main concern.
All right, roll call.
Nay.
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
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 Motion carried.
Okay, so that was first reading. As you saw in the condition, some of the documents have to be prepared before you can complete the rezoning process, and those will be on future agendas.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to item 39, and council, I've been informed that we need to continue this hearing because there's not all the property owners, they haven't received all the signatures from property owners, so entertain a motion to continue the hearing.
Move to continue the hearing.
Second.
All right.
To October 8th.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Till October 8th, okay? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, moving on to ordinances. Item 40, I entertain a motion on second passage of ordinance amending Chapter 13 rental code to add rent abatement as an enforcement tool, to add 1-year letter of compliance prohibition as an enforcement tool, and to freeze the bedroom counts for all properties in near campus neighborhoods to what would have been allowed on January 1st, 2018.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Item 41, second passage of ordinance on proposed amendment to zoning code related to bicycle parking incentives in commercial and industrial areas.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 And item 42, third passage and adoption of ordinance number 4392, establishing parking regulations for Scenic Valley subdivision, 4th edition.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Very good. Item 43, Ames Plan 2040.
Corey just stepped out to get Marty, so it'll be a second.
Excuse
me. Sorry.
No. Hydrate. This is gonna be fun.
Kelly, for planning purposes, how long what kind of a time allotment do you want to set? Because we still have to go in closed session yet tonight as well too. So
Yeah, so the content tonight is really what you already have. So it's going to be really the discussion with the council. We don't have information, although we have we have the PowerPoint. It's really just to repeat what you've already seen. So we're not going through new information with you. So our time is going to be 10 minutes. Your time is the question about answering each of these topics.
Oh.
Does that help, Mayor?
Not really. Nope, not at all.
That's what we were afraid you were going to say.
It's all in your lap. Yes.
Can I just say one thing before we start? So I have felt kind of from the beginning a little disjointed in the way that we've discussed some of this stuff. And I don't know if maybe my expectation was different going in, but I was thinking that it would be like a very facilitated process, and it's felt to me, I think, in the way that we've discussed things. And so I still don't really have a good idea as to what exactly we're doing tonight, but if they're given the time that it's 8:30 and we've all been sitting here for 3.5 hours already, and I want it to be a good discussion, if there are very pointed, specific questions, not these very vague things that are going to cause us to go off in all different directions, I would find that very helpful for the sake of efficiency. And I think I don't have a real good sense yet of what we've done up until this point. And like I said, it's just felt very disjointed to me. I don't know if I'm alone in my thoughts.
So for tonight, our opinion is Section 3 is the most critical, because that should help bring together an agreement with council and an understanding then back to staff and the consultant that we are on a more predictable course over the next 5 months. So, that doesn't mean number 1 or number 2 is not important. We feel that number 3 is going to be the most important one, and we need to leave tonight with you understanding what we're doing next and us understanding what you want us to do next. And I think that number 3 discussion should help you feel more comfortable with what we think we're delivering to you is what you really want. So starting with that's where we need to be tonight with number 3 for sure.
I think just to echo what Amber just said, though, is that my perception was that was a consultant's responsibility to tell us and lead us and give us a schedule versus us telling you what should be done. And that's where I think some of my frustration is I just really sense like, I don't even know what the finished product even looks like, yet. Now I'm a finished product type person, and I'm also a process. I'm more of a linear thinker than I am just one that's just going all over the place. And neither one's right or wrong. It's just more or less how I think through it. But I share Amber's frustration, and that is I'm not really sure where we're really going with this process. And I just expected more from honesty from the consultants in terms of saying, here's where we're going. I mean, it was very helpful. I think that you brought to our attention the Champaign, Illinois, comprehensive plan. To me, I could get in a half an hour, I could get my mind around, this is really interesting. I have an idea where they're headed. And I haven't really seen yet where we're going. See what I'm saying? And so that just causes me to get confused. It gets kind of disjointed. I was not able to be at that one, work session, Marty, that you facilitated. And I did watch it, online. So I think I'm up to speed on this, but I think council really needs help because we want to continue working down this path, and we also don't want to waste your time. We want to be efficient, but we just really need help understanding. And I understand that the council can go through and say, well, here's what we want to do, but I don't really think that's really our place to be placing an order what the topics are. That's kind of your role, I thought, was to kind of say, here's where we're going, here's why we want to go this way, and here's what's going to help us accomplish this. Does that make sense?
I'm a little bit confused, John, because I also thought that we were supposed to be acting as a steering committee, which suggests that we should be steering the process.
That's fair.
And so
That's fair.
That's how
And I
I was
agree with
understanding
that.
it, but I still am feeling like I'm not sure where all the roads are.
Yeah, that's a fair comment.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we should be driving it more, and that's really where I feel disjointed is I don't I think it's such a big concept, right? And none of us up here are experts in this. And so I have felt this need for you all to facilitate us more than rather than just letting us go off and talk about everything we want to talk about.
So let me maybe give you, maybe this will help put some structure behind it, and maybe Corey should talk about it because. Okay, so in a planning process like this, you start out by gathering as much existing information as you possibly can and putting that together into a packet of information that we can use. And that's been done, I think, right? Right. You have a process that involves a significant amount of community input and participation, and that's also been done. You then go into the process of examining what's really I suppose one of the guiding elements of a comprehensive plan, and that's how the city develops and what the distribution of uses are, a critical issue being which way the community grows. And so we have, over the last couple of months, in addition, we have developed alternative scenarios. This is working with Kelly and staff, presented those, worked through those with you at what I thought was a very productive meeting. In the last month, have looked in more detail at infill sites, and all of this material is going to come together in the October meeting that's going to present a cohesive concept for you to look at that you can say, yep, this seems right or not. It's going to tie together transportation, land use, growth, infill development, things that have already been done. And I think it will wind up producing the level of cohesion that you are wanting and expecting. From that point on, then the work breaks out into specific sections of that plan that involve policies, programs, projects, and so forth for systems like parks, transportation, active and otherwise, and so on down the line. So in effect, if you were, sometimes I'll compare this to a building planning process, that you develop a design concept for the building. It's not necessarily a particularly linear process, although it's based on gathering information and then putting things together from the material that you've gathered. Once you have adopted and been presented that concept, then you detail out the individual parts of the building. And a comprehensive plan in some ways is not exactly the same, but analogous to that. So I think one of the things that may be producing some frustration on your part is that you see snapshots of this at various times, and except for the one workshop session, they're relatively short snapshots under the rubric of a meeting like this. And so it seems scattershot to you, but not so much to us, I guess, is what I'm trying to suggest. And you are I guess witnesses and participants in the formative process of a plan. And I do think that within the next month for the October meeting, the elements of this are going to come together in a not a finish, but in a more cohesive whole. And you'll then see how this all kind of comes together. So don't despair. In other words, it's just you're honestly seeing a part of the process that usually isn't done by a city council in a formal city council setting. It's a little bit different from that.
So I think I just want to underscore tonight, if there are questions about next steps, content, We have to all agree on that tonight. We think we understand based on what you say tonight where we're supposed to be going. But if you don't feel that way, we have to know that tonight, and we have to fix the steps in the next month to make you guys satisfied on what's going to be these final products, or getting to that final draft plan that's talked about here especially in section 3. So with that start, do we want to move into it, or are there more questions right now for?
Well, if you just humor me for a few minutes here, going to this again, I'm not saying that the Champaign, Illinois comp plan is what we should be doing, but they have three main groupings. They got an introduction, they got vision and guiding principles, and they have future, land use. And is that what we will see also? Will you have these kind of categories? I mean, it's, and because they did it really helps call it someone who's not gone through this process, but they can pick it up and they can actually understand without having a degree in regional planning or whatever. They understand kind of where we're trying to accomplish without putting us in a box, so to speak. And maybe, offline, if you could send to Kelly so council can have it, an example of what you've put together before, so you can kind of look at it, or you can post it online to say, okay, this is kind of where we're going, because that might help us say, okay, now I see where these pieces are fitting in, how it's all working together. Because the point is, all of us, including you guys, we want this to be a tool that will be a useful tool for our community going forward, and something that we're not going to be undoing or saying, oh, geez, we really screwed it up, or it's incomplete. So anyway, and maybe we're just not, anyway. So can you respond to that?
Yeah, I think you made some really good points. And I think that's one of the reasons why we wanted to visit with you tonight too, is also provide some clarity on some demonstration projects, like where are we going? I think that was clearly been a source of some confusion. And I'd like to go through Barry Miller's presentation that he shared back in 2017. So he shared something like maybe 10 different plans. And we also looked at a number of ours, and probably up to 15 different plans, looked at the overall structure. And so each city's plan is different. And at least the way that we approach a lot of the planning projects that we do, the structure is born out of the planning process, discussion with residents, businesses, staff, how are you going to use it, and city council. And understanding that helps us understand how we need to organize the plan. And so when we went through all these different documents, there's some that just really stood out, and Champaign was one of them, as far as based on public input and so forth, and what we're trying to accomplish with the plan. So with that, in their plan, they had an introduction, the purpose of the plan. They also had vision and guiding principles. They had not just one vision statement, but a vision statement that off to the right, you can see that they have addressing growth, sustainability, complete neighborhoods, community identity, health, and public facilities. Each one had that. Right. They also had their own individual guiding principles.
That's right.
So,
and action items, and also what are some success metrics, the whole 9 yards.
Yes.
Is outstanding. Again.
Yeah. And so this is the general organization of that. And so you can look at each individual component. Now you can say our housing chapter, for example. The complete neighborhoods, that first page, now this is 4 pages of it, that is essentially, why is this a topic? Why is this a chapter? And a little bit of background information. The second piece is, what are the issues that we're facing? And so much of what we've looked at so far has been addressing both of these pages and the content on that.
I'm sorry, would you say again?
What's on these 2 pages essentially is where we've gotten to so far.
Gotcha.
Again, public input, and also the quantitative and qualitative data matched up together. The piece that we like about this particular plan is the clarity that it provides on the vision statement. It's not something that's really esoteric. It's very clear. Again, that whole feeling of, you look at it, you understand where we're going with it. There's the guiding principles. And I think if we saw this as a possible demonstration for us to follow, the vision and the guiding principles could be something that we try to articulate based off of all your input, the input that we've received from the public and our own observations. And then bringing that to you and talking about each individual topics, again, is what Marty was saying. We've got housing and neighborhoods, we've got mobility, we've got parks and recreation, each one of these topics being a meeting in itself. And so that way we're able to just kind of talk about that and get into some of the details. But the thought would be for us to perhaps take a first pass at a vision statement and guiding principles based off of that history. And then as a group, talk about if that's correct, what sort of additions, are we missing anything? But also looking at what are some measurements to make sure that we're achieving that vision statement, and what are some actions that we need to get to. And we would have some things that help tease things along too, so you wouldn't have to start from scratch. But the idea that I like about this is that this is something that I think we can accomplish in individual meetings. And I think like the Champaign, Illinois plan, it's 100 pages. It's easy to follow. There's another demonstration that I've got here, which is the Des Moines plan. Again, that's 100 pages. It's easy to follow. It's not something where you feel like you're committing a whole week to just digest the content. And what I like about the Champaign is they really defer the details to subsequent action plans. And so, as an example, you can have in the parks and open spaces element, you can have a recommendation as an action is to do a parks and open space master plan. And a measurement of that is you complete that plan. And so that would be, again, the comprehensive plan sets that up. If you decide that you want to go to a parks and open space plan, you can say it is an implementation item of the comprehensive plan, so you know you're following it. So I really like how this is simple. I think the content is something that we can get through each one of these individual topics and get our arms around within an hour or two and feel pretty comfortable about the direction of where that's going. Now, we've received a ton of input on all these topics. It's our job to translate that information, and we hope we get it right. And there might be some gaps, but that's where we're going to have some more conversation like this to refine that. The other piece that I really like about the Champaign, Illinois is just their approach to land use. And, you know, the elephant in the room on this project has been about what do we do about growth in the city, growth on the fringes. And I think Champaign does a superb job with this, and that on the image on the left, that's the overall city. And then they break it down into not just quadrants, but a lot of different sections of the area. And then they have narrative about what are the advantages and disadvantages in the growth areas. They even look at it from a serviceability, from an infrastructure perspective, a public safety perspective. So it helps inform whenever a proposal comes up that perhaps is on the fringe. It's not something that you have to go through a 200-page document and look at multiple different chapters. It's just right there in one section. So we think this has pretty good precedence for how we think the application of this plan will be used. And so we were pretty excited to discover this one. Now, the thing is that there's a little bit of difference. If we can go to the Des Moines one. The Des Moines comprehensive plan, again, very short. Now, with the smart planning legislation, there's requirements as far as the topics that we have to cover. Now, there's land use, there's transportation, there's housing, economic development. All these things underneath the plan elements are requirements underneath the smart planning legislation. So the idea is that I think some of these are braided together. They don't necessarily have to be topics that are isolated in itself. And so I think when we talk about these subjects, we talk about some that are combined. We've talked a lot about land use. We've talked a lot about transportation. So when we come back next month, I think those two are actually almost combined. As far as going through and having dialogue as far as what's the vision statements, again, separate chapters, what do we do for guiding principles? So I think both of those can be done in tandem because I think they have a lot of relationship to each other.
Kelly, could you go back to the one that had the 4 panels on one more? Oh, there you go. So this is helpful. So am I hearing you say that under the third column, the vision, guiding principles, measuring success, that you're suggesting that you could come back based on the input you've gotten from council, from public input, and help us start formulating in that? Because we haven't even talked about, I think the complete neighborhoods is a perfect example. We haven't even talked about preserving existing neighborhoods or the character, or is that a priority of the council or the community? Neighborhoods that are near campus, neighborhoods that are, new, how, principles if we're going to develop new neighborhoods? Are they supposed to contain or have access to certain amenities? I mean, I think that's, so is that correct?
Totally agree.
So, I mean, the process though is that you're going to extract out of all the data and comments
Yep.
to help us, because I do think that having the vision and principles and all that per category is helpful versus having just one vision statement for the whole city, which is kind of hard to really, how do you wrap your arms around that essentially? What I also liked about Champaign, and it's like, I'm like this cheerleader, I mean, for this group, but the point is, for the first time, I really saw, they did a great job of saying, here's how the zoning ordinance and the Lincoln Way corridor study, they don't have one, but I mean, our Lincoln Way corridor, and the, and the Parks Master Plan and Transportation Plan, all those pieces, how they all integrate together. And so if we go to a climate action plan sometime in the future, I mean, on the basis that we do, that becomes adopted and woven in, and here's how it informs it. All of a sudden, people can say, oh, I understand how these are working together. So we're helping our citizens and those that are trying to do development say, we're thinking about this, this, and this, make sure you're on all these pages, essentially. And that's the tool that I think is going to be beneficial to our community and people who want to come here, essentially.
Yeah, I find the feedback very exciting because, again, I think what we wanted to come out of this dialogue right here is that if we use this as a precedence, and it'll be different for Ames because Ames is not Champaign, to see this as a precedence for when we're going towards each individual council meeting that we're preparing some of the content related to this. And when we get to each council meeting, talk about, say, housing and neighborhoods, it's not going to be perfect. And we may actually have to do it over 2 meetings. But I think that organizing it this way, we can get our arms around each individual topic.
And I've talked a lot, so I'd love to have other council members, weigh in on this because it's really, it's a group decision. Not just
What you said is very helpful.
So I want to comment. The way John described the Champaign plan is why I pitched the comprehensive plan in the first place. It helps knit together everything you're always doing, but in a complete package so that everybody can understand why these different things are happening across the community. So I guess I'm encouraged that when you look at a plan like that, and if that's where we're headed, that you can grasp why we're doing a comp plan instead of a land use policy plan.
We just had an AAMPO meeting, and people are probably saying, why in the heck are you having that meeting? I don't really care. Let's just get to the good stuff, essentially, Well, it's interwoven to the overall piece, and then we got a university to weave into it as well, too, and how is that going to fit as well, too? So
So Kelly, given what you just said, you have hit on one of my points of confusion. And that is, I thought that was why we were looking at comprehensive plans. And yet highlighted in the comments on Champaign is fundamentally, this is a land use plan. And so that confused me because I thought we really were looking for more than a land use plan. And while I like these panels, I'm not sure how to understand that statement that fundamentally this is a land use plan.
Yeah, sure. So chapter 3 of this, there's an extensive component on future land use. And so again, it's going out to the big picture, getting all the way into some of the details and densities and so forth. So there's just a lot of content there. There's still a spirit of the comprehensive plan that is not captured in just talking about land use. And that's where those 4 pages talking about things that have been coming out of the process, community health, equity. That's not something that you can actually physically see in a land use plan. So that's something that we need to talk about as a specific topic. But ultimately, one of the things leading this whole process is the LUPP is going out and something's replacing it. So tackling the elephant in the room has just been something that has been monopolizing a lot of the early discussion of the whole process. But we know that going through October, we're going to have more clarity on that piece. And so it's going to help us get past a pretty significant milestone. Now, what's in the new land use plan? Things can still change all the way to the completion of the document, but it's getting the elephant pushed aside so we can talk about the other elements, the spirit of the comprehensive plan.
Well, so I guess I was hoping that the elephant would be significantly shrunk so that it was not the core of the plan. And that, again, I'm not sure whether I'm getting that from.
So that's why we need to talk. Because the core issue has been, where do you put 15,000 people over the next 20 years? It can't happen the way the city limits are defined today. So that's why we're saying the scenario workshop in July and the infill stuff will give you that sense of what can happen and where and at what costs, and possibly the feasibility. Now, how much you want to make the plan about those decisions and the number of pages and how many policies you're going to deal with that, that's for you to decide. We're saying we know you're going to have that in there somewhere, but we think everything else is also going to be there. And whether it's equally weighted or maybe slightly slanted towards growth, management, or land use planning, that's something you guys have to decide after you get into the individual topics. So we can't get away from the land use piece. It's not possible for Ames.
Well, no,
right?
obviously not.
So we don't want that to be the main part of the plan, but it's going to be very, very important. And I think that's part of, again, what's the use of the plan. The more it's intended to be used for on a more regular basis for project review or amendments to the plan, kind of set up a framework for how to adjust on the fly. You need to be more actionable. If it's more about the concepts of the city and its people, then it's a little vaguer and it's not intended to be used as much. And you can have a lot of different topics that maybe not impact a rezoning decision. Like, I mean, there's a lot of issues that can be in a comp plan that don't affect a rezone application. So we need to get, that's kind of what we're trying to get to, is what's the sense of its utility? What are we going to have in here? What's the emphasis going to be? And I think the short answer to the comments is we will give you exact things to respond to as we've defined in the section 3 when we come with a land use. We're not going to sit here and say, now, what do you think land use policy should be? We're going to come to you with something to react to, and we're going to try to form that off the public input that we've gotten. So, right, we did hundreds and hundreds of people have filled out surveys. People have come to public meetings, given us written comments. We're trying to synthesize that to you. We did it in a very short manner in the staff report. But that doesn't actually get to writing policies. And that's where RDG is going to come back and say, here's what I've heard from council. Here's what the public said. How do we mesh this together so that you can say, yes, this is what we think the vision for the city is on this topic and this chapter. And then we'll start to move through it and make sure it's complete and reconcile any conflicts and make sure that it is where we're going. But I think we want to assure you that's what's up and what's next.
So tonight you said the third element was the most important?
I think so. I think to us, the first two were more, we want to check in. Unless there's a huge debate, they should be resolved quickly. And we've already spent probably 20 minutes talking about Champaign, so I'm going to guess that we might think Champagne's a good version to pursue. And
well, at least one person who was dominating the conversation was giving that
so that's what we're looking for, is a little more consensus of that.
So if you skip ahead a couple of slides again, sorry. To 2 slides. Perfect, right there. Are you thinking that for these priority topics, there's one of these for each of these topics, and then you're going to generate the background and the issues, and from the public input, you bring it to us. We say yay or nay or tweak this, do that, and come up with actions, and that's where we go from there.
So presuming you endorse this style of plan, this was the general product that you'll be getting from RDG in that phase 3 or that section 3 topics. And that's why we're here tonight, to say if this is the style that we're going for, we know where to go now and deliver you product. If this is not the style, we need to know.
So as you're generating some of this information, you've taken a lot of public input. You've also listened to us. Will the us part of it be incorporated into what you bring the first time around? Back at the very beginning of this conversation, what we talked about is we wanted to be the steering committee. So it's kind of a balancing act on what we take as the starting point from public input versus the steering committee, and how we kind of parse that information and in what order we do that process. Does that make sense?
It does, and I think you're going to have to sort it out yourself, though, from our draft to you.
Okay.
I think that's where Corey and
that answers my question.
We might not have it right, but we'll give you something to react to.
Okay. Thank you.
So if we do have suggestions, so say like that, this sentence here that bridges pages 1 and 2 in the staff report that's in italics and is sort of a an attempt at a broad vision statement. I like it. Everything looks good on this, except, and you mentioned the environment and concern for the environment at several points, right? You know, I see it in the list of priority topics, but so like if we're going to have a community-wide vision statement, I would like it to be in there as well. And that was the one thing that was missing from that sort of italicized example. That's my feedback on that one.
That's
About
great.
that.
Yeah, well, you know, we were looking at it today and thought, you know, we needed to maybe add even one more to it, which is responsible infrastructure investments. And so I think that'll be a process where we're continue to wordsmith it to make sure it's right.
So to move on in the meeting, to get through let's just pick on this one that Bronwyn has brought up. It wasn't exactly a topic. I put it in here to make sure there was some general acceptance and backdrop. It's not likely to appear again as the defining vision of the city. But I guess with Bronwyn's comments, we totally understand why someone would say the word environment should be included in some kind of statement like that. Are there any other thoughts about why that statement with the addition of a phrase to environment wouldn't be adequate as kind of guiding concept to staff and to RDG going ahead?
Yeah, I thought it looked good
Then
other
we
than
can
that.
Move on from just that idea because it's not going to be a singular statement for you going
Yeah,
forward.
and I figured anytime we can draw attention to environmental concerns, I want to do it. So, and I see you have several points down farther, you know, in the priority topics area, you've got embrace the environment. Over on the right, you have environmental sustainability. So, but again, just, to see it wherever I can.
Okay. So if there's no other thoughts that needs to be adjusted in any meaningful way, we completely understand that's a working statement. Definitely don't neglect environmental issues as we start to look through that lens at all these other topics. Is there any other discussion about that? And again, it wasn't a primary issue, it was just a backdrop.
I felt like we were missing the equity and inclusion component that we've got in our priorities. And I think we've got it in maybe with, let's see, the diverse housing opportunities idea with various housing types, multifamily, homeownership, et cetera. It seems like there is this principle of creating equity, social justice, whatever, through some of these things, but I don't know how you put that in without spelling it out in a vision of some kind, because.
So that's where I want to say, again, this was generic.
Yeah.
Focus on the priorities in section 3 that we have them listed, because that's where the details are going to come in.
Yeah.
I think when I was talking to Corey a couple of weeks ago and Marty, it wasn't, are we defining that singular vision now? We don't need to. We need to get to the details, and a vision for the city might crystallize from all these conversations after we go through the details about how do we really capture the spirit of the community after we've gotten into the details, rather than vaguely say we want to address these things.
Well, I think one of the things that we're hearing, though, is feedback because people have read the staff report and they see, I don't see the environment mentioned in this statement, or I don't see inclusion mentioned in this statement. And so the staff reports are getting read by other audiences besides us. And that means that there may be citizens who are getting somewhat upset or riled up because they think those issues are not going to take the priority that the list in number 3 suggests they might.
And so my comment, if I had received that feedback, I would say, again, these are broken into hierarchical questions for council. The meat of this is about number 3, because that's the list of priorities.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to 3, if it's not on the list, it's not viewed as a priority at this time. It would have to get added in through the process later on.
You mean the bulleted list with the round bullets?
Yeah.
The longer one of the two, not the emerging principles list.
Well, I'm trying to capture everything that we have understood in the past that we gave to you, which
Sure.
was the petal diagram. Which one am I going to, Corey?
Yeah. It's just that there's 2 bulleted lists on the page with the petal diagram, so I just want to make sure.
This one? Yeah. So,
okay.
So the bullets are a new way of articulating public input to date and council interests that we think have been expressed.
And they're not in order.
They're not in any order
Thank you.
whatsoever.
Okay.
They're not in alphabetical order. They're not in any order whatsoever. So the petal diagram's been with you since day one in terms of make sure we can, and this is a communication everybody to help you understand what a comp plan is. The other chart about emerging principles was RDG's first
Early preliminary initial draft of the principles.
of synthesizing the public input. Like what are themes that are coming out of the public input? And that's what that list is. I took that plus out the other just general knowledge of what we've been doing to try to give you specific bullets about things that are likely to be priority issues as you start to get an actual plan.
Okay.
And that's what we're trying to get to.
So if there's anything that's missing on this list or that we feel isn't relevant.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's the kind of input we need to hear tonight. It's not the last chance. It's just, again, so we're educated to give you a good draft the first time you see it.
So can we go to the next slide real quick?
If I could before we
Yeah.
So this list in the priority topics, how different is this than about any other city our size in the country? I mean, I don't understand how this is somehow unique to us. I mean, who doesn't want to have expansion opportunities or efficient extension of infrastructure? So I mean, it just at some point, this all seems so a bit cut and paste. How is this a reflection of Ames as a unique city?
But it'll be applied to Ames with tangible results that are Ames specific, right? So what placemaking is for Waukee is not the same as Ames, right? What we view as our architectural style, our types of neighborhoods, the things that people are interested in Ames is not translatable to every community across the country. So while the topic might be somewhat universal, not every city's talking about placemaking, and they're definitely not necessarily interested in it in the way Ames might be interested in it.
So we'll see more.
That's where it's going to become uniquely Ames. It isn't that we have unique issues that no one else is dealing with.
But we'll see the specifics
It's
as
how
they
do they
relate
work
to Ames.
for us.
But this is sort of my point.
That makes sense, though.
This very abstract set of priority topics, I don't know that we have to fight a lot about this because the real challenge is going to be in the next phase of working through this. I feel like we're spinning some wheels a bit on this piece. I think the real heavy lifting will be what comes next.
Yeah.
We just want to make sure that that our interests are reflected in these topics broadly, right? So that we don't overlook those things so we can decide later.
Yeah, and we don't surprise them later and say, oh, we thought you were going to address blah, blah, blah topic, whatever it would be.
These are pretty broad. I mean, who's going to be against parks and open space, right? So I don't know.
It's not that you're against them. Is it, do you want, again, it's the ratios, it's the degree of emphasis.
That's in the next phase.
Yeah. So that's the details, right?
That's
Everybody
the
wants a
point.
park, but do you want hundreds of parks and the cost burden that goes with that? Or do you want, right? Those are the kinds of things we get to: active recreation, passive open space. Those are things that have to be resolved with policies.
It's also their connectedness and how they relate to everything around them. What role they have in other aspects of the city, how transportation in terms of how you get. I mean, it is as people have said, a very integrated process, but you'll find. I mean, you will find as the actual plan comes together that a park issue also has, or an open space issue also has implications for transportation, for infrastructure, for environment, for equity. I mean, all those things are related and have tendrils that go out into all of those other areas.
I think it's fair.
The other thing is, we don't want to have lists of generic topics that we don't think are going to be valuable to try to create details about. So, like one to pick on would be the sub-area or neighborhood plans. I said for unique conditions. A lot of neighborhoods are very similar throughout the city. Do we need to break down every neighborhood in the city and have 6 policies? Probably not. So I think that needs to be a very narrowly focused element of the plan about where you're addressing change or something that you want to support. So I think don't just think that they're broad lists. I want to make sure they're usable and valuable to us as we develop details for them.
So there's a lot of dialogue with all these topics in the coming months. And one of the things that we wanted to make sure is that we've got an overall structure of the plan. So again, we looked at the Des Moines plan. We've looked at all the comprehensive plans now. There's elements that we have to address. we've had a lot of dialogue on land use and growth. And so if we were following, say, the model for Champaign, we would next month come back and have an initial draft where we had some background issues, the issues and serviceability, which we've already gone through once before, taken a first pass at the vision and the principles, and then even with the measuring success and actions. And so as we get into later phases in subsequent months, we're looking at mobility, we're looking at neighborhoods, again, preservation being a critical part of that, environment, parks and recreation, social equity, health and culture. And then implementation may not necessarily be its own meeting, but it's something that it's basically summarizing everything, and that's all in these components. Now, what we've got up there, we've got some thoughts as far as perhaps the sequence of maybe talking about these in upcoming months. And again, these are all things that we're thinking about as far as the organization of the chapters or the elements. And then we've got a bit of a calendar as far as thinking about how we might address some of these things. Is it the last one? I don't know. There we go. So next month, talking about the criteria and all these topics are important. And what I'm trying to get from you is, should we promote one of the topics ahead of another one? Because it's just something that's happening right now that we need to make sure that we're talking about. Is there a topic that's not even here that we need to add to this whole list? Is there something where we need to break off housing and sub areas into separate conversations? Happy to do that. And we may need to do that because as we're going through one of the meetings, we realize we're really talking a lot about one particular topic and need to defer discussion for the other topic later. So October, going with the future land use scenario. And so based off some of the input that you've given us tonight, we've got a meeting scheduled for Thursday to kind of go through it and look at geographically these different growth areas. And now we know how to organize the material when we present it to you next month. And then November, after that kind of settles in a little bit more, zeroing in a little bit more on selecting a future land use and transportation scenario. And so they're interrelated. And again, drafts of those elements will be presented to you as well. Following months, looking at housing and neighborhoods and sub areas, maybe as a combined agenda item. We might have to move some things. January, thinking about culture, health, and equity. Maybe we're taking on too much, need to push it. And then in February, environment and parks. Now, the piece is in November, there's a significant amount of environment already there, but there's things that we're going to need to come back and make sure, did we catch everything after all the dialogue that we had? So let's make sure we're capturing that.
So I like the idea of tackling infill. I think it follows nicely after our workshop. But at what point do we decide, okay, you showed us different illustrations of 15,000 going different directions. Then we overlay the infill aspect of that. At some point, we're going to have to make some hard decisions. Where does that come in? But we try to integrate the conversation of direction and infill.
I think it's November.
Yeah.
So select preferred future land use and transportation scenario should be your agreement on a preferred land use pattern to meet the growth needs of the city. So that should be November. You're going to get some data back about the July workshop, and you're going to get new information about infill. I'm not going to make you have a decision that night, but in November, you're going to give direction on that preferred land use.
Okay, I probably just wasn't understanding that. So it's both direction as well as infill philosophy.
Yeah, so the only one on that chart that's like a select, but we really mean select. Like it's the one like you need to make a vote and agree that this is it. The other ones are probably more discussion oriented and making sure we've captured it, but without a firm idea of what your land use plan ideas are, it's kind of hard to move ahead on everything else.
And one more question on the infill. We want to have a very robust conversation about this.
Mm-hmm.
So to what degree do we invite neighborhood associations in the community to have a very thoughtful, robust conversation? What does that look like?
I'm not sure which month. Was it in March? In March, we did bring together an invitation was sent out to HOA, neighborhood associations, and I think there's another acronym that I'm missing here, to come to a meeting. And from that, we had about 10 representatives that participated in that conversation. So that helped us with kind of like the initial input and really opened our eyes to the need for infill development and preserving neighborhood character and preservation altogether. So with that, the hope would be to articulate that information to the vision and guiding principles, combined with everything else that we've heard in public meetings. And I think with what we come up with in October and November with the infill piece, we've done a lot, and so we'd like to show you some of the initial infill ideas. But there are those unique individual parcels, which we've also identified as far as candidate infill sites. And I hope that through that map, at least from a visual perspective, people know where that's at. Now, how that gets developed, maybe we need to have more conversation as far as what happens. Is it single family? Is it a change in use, change in zoning? That's some dialogue that we can get into some level of detail with the comprehensive plan, but I also think there needs to be some hesitation on how much detail you get into and defer it to an action step. So
I want to say this about, I think we talked about this a little bit tonight. Our recommendation, I'll go out on a limb right now. Our recommendation is that the infill components are additive to the external growth elements. So I'm showing your hand a little bit here. When we make a recommendation to you in October, it's going to be about serving 15,000 people at least through those external growth areas. And the infill, because it's less predictable, would be additive elements to that to create diversity and opportunities throughout the community. So I don't think you have to feel pressure in October or November that the future of the city hinges on whether one component of an infill scenario is acceptable to a neighborhood or not. I think we'll have time, and that's where Corey said maybe those are implementation measures to go through neighborhood planning scenarios if they're really in-depth ideas that need to be vetted. If there's a desire after you see the information to take a pause and say, hold an open house for neighborhoods with notice about these infill, we'll do that. So I think until you see that and you kind of get everything stitched together, then you can decide how much more infill directed outreach is necessary before you get the whole plan ready for people to comment on.
That's very interesting. Thank you.
So with the infill, do you see us getting to a scope that it would make sense to feed into a sub-area plan based on infill potentially?
Yeah, I think some of them. So the infill is really varied. It's a lot different than the growth scenarios. And I haven't even seen it all. So but we looked at really small pieces that are less than an acre, and we looked at larger areas that are 50 acres. So 1 acre probably doesn't need a specific plan. 50 acres might, if you really are vested in that vision that's described there.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go back to that question about the land use plan element of Champaign, and looking through this lineup, what I see is, I guess, what Kelly described, which is the land use is driving the other elements of the plan. And that sounds like the LUPP, which isn't what I thought we were striving to achieve. I thought more we were striving to consider these other elements and how those fed into the decisions we were going to make about the land use and the planning, which would mean that comes after the other things.
I tend to describe what gets characterized as a land use plan as a development concept. In other words, it is an interrelated system that includes what land is used for two-dimensionally, how it looks three-dimensionally, where mixes take place, how the transportation system provides a framework that helps to build that. And by transportation, that's a very broad viewpoint. It's not just streets. How parks, greenways, environment, open space preserves, which are obviously very significant in Ames. I mean, there are huge open spaces because of the university, and how that all relates together. So think about land use, when a traditional plan talks about land use, it's the colored map. But think about it more as the a diagrammatic or a diagram that integrates a variety of systems together, of which a significant one in terms of describing what the city might look like in the future is how land is used, but it's not the only one. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, but I don't think that's what I heard Kelly saying. It seemed like these other ones were predicated on what kinds of decisions we make about the future land use and the transportation scenario, as opposed to if we're discussing what we want to see from environment and parks and culture and health and equity feeding into decisions that we make about land use and transportation. I don't know that I'm articulating this effectively.
I think it's two parts. I think what I'm trying to say is without the directional understanding of growth, we can't really move forward on what the housing needs are. Because if we're only going to, let's make up a fake number, of annex 100 acres in the next 20 years, your housing policies are going to be way different to house 15,000 people. I mean, it'll be off the charts on what density and redevelopment and infill you would need to do. So that's where we're coming from, is without understanding the preference for the land use pattern, I guess you could flip it and say, I only want 10-story apartment buildings, so show me the least amount of land necessary. That's not how we've approached this at all. We've said what's land that's able to be used within the market forces that exist and would be desirable to meet our general diverse needs of housing, open space, and economic development. So that's where we're saying we need to understand where the growth is going to be planned, understand that cost, what it takes to do that, and then we can layer in all of these other things to shape how it actually happens.
The other thing, I really hear what you're saying, because early in the process, we were very sensitive to making sure that we reached out to as many people as possible. And so, like, equity and inclusion has informed the land use plan, because we had those conversations early on to help understand what some of the issues are. You're not seeing it articulated into a draft form and how it's written in a staff report. It's there. We've had these conversations. The one that we have been delayed in interacting with is the youth. And so here in October, we've got we're scheduling a meeting right now with the principal to do a program with about 50 students. Hopefully that still works out, but that's where the dialogue's been going the last 2 weeks. So we're finalizing the schedule. So we felt like that is a group that we haven't quite tapped yet, particularly early in the process. And so we're making sure that we're doing that now. But with all the other particular focus groups, special interests, that has been something that is very near and apparent that we need to be visiting with them early in the process. We have, and it's informed the land use process. And unfortunately, that's what you've been hearing more and more about, is the land use and not all these other elements. So I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I want to just have it clear in my mind, because it seems like it's different than what we were discussing at the start, but that makes sense as you're describing it, Corey.
Yeah, we're taking a step back. Again, the youth piece has been a gap, and so we're making sure that we're checking in and making sure that hopefully we're on the right track.
So in the Champaign one, back to that one, they actually identify a whole bunch of different growth areas.
Yeah.
They don't specify just north, just east, just south. And just to, my thinking was, what seems intriguing is that there's a pro and con. The pro is you're not locking yourself into one particular area, because if that land is not available, you got 3 or 4 other options.
Mm-hmm.
There's a running commentary in terms of what the pros and cons are. When they take more infrastructure, you got roads, you got other things. I found that very helpful in a quick snapshot that their council could look at and say, okay, well, if we're going to go to growth area A, and the developer wants to come through with a bunch of property, these are the impediments that we're going to have to deal with, but we can go ahead and do that versus being locked into it. Is that what we're talking about doing here?
Precisely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly.
We're not just going to say, we're going to pick South A and we're done.
Yeah, that's right.
That's not what staff is going to propose to you. We're going to break it up into bite-sized pieces that you can pick all of them with an understanding there's limitations to that, or go all in on one area, right? That's the decisions you guys are making in November.
Because, I mean, the con is that how do you plan for infrastructure investments? That's the yin and yang, is that, you know, you want to have that ability, but the point is, unless you have people saying, I'm just going to pick East for sake of discussion, they're like, all those people there, they want to sell their land, and there's people that are willing to buy that land, and then we know we're going to invest into water and sewer and water towers, the whole 9 yards, then we can go that direction. But that, to me, I think is Pollyannish to think about. I don't think it's necessarily going to be, you know, maybe achievable from a standpoint, because we're seeing that in the Southwest right now. For quite a while, no one wanted to sell property. Now all of a sudden they want to. It's starting to pop up as well too. So help us understand. Help us understand. How do you accommodate that to balance the planning and investment with the fact that there may not be a clean, simple. You know, Marty's diagram is going to. I mean, I know it's a concept, but it's going to move forward.
Yeah, this has been fantastic. The feedback we're getting is exactly what I want to hear. And so this Thursday, we're actually getting the staff, HDR, RDG, all of us, we're getting together as a team to talk about this very subject. And so one of the scenarios that we're looking at is kind of creating tier zones. And so I do like what Champaign did, which they geographically had all these things. I think where it could have, it still provided a little subject of where are we going with everything and what are the, you know, can we have an evaluation of where the direction should go? Mm-hmm. And that part I didn't necessarily see. And so a tier one could be everything within the city and areas that have existing infrastructure available to it. It's serviceable by public safety. And so that could be a tier one. Mm-hmm. A tier two may be areas that maybe the tier one area isn't completely developed, and so tier two is just on the fringe of that. And maybe the tier two might need to require some sort of serviceability improvements. But there could be, we don't know. This is something that we're going to be talking about on Thursday, but a tier one, a tier two, tier three. There may be a tier 2A, 2B, but that's one of the things that we're going to start putting together is kind of imagining we need to create a criteria. And part of the criteria, we're going to be sharing you a first cut. And if that first cut seems to hold up, then perhaps how we're approaching the tier ideas works. But maybe it doesn't. But that's why we're coming back to you next month to talk about that criteria.
I understand last time I went through this process, then decided I can go southwest or go west, built a water tower, put a bunch of infrastructure in, and then that just sat in the ground for quite a while. Now it's being taken advantage of, and it's been helpful. But the point is that was a lot of money it was invested.
Interchange.
So the point is that we just make sure that we're deploying our resources. I think that's what our constituents expect. You know, you deploy our resources wisely so that we can not just go out on a lark. But that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, like on the North Growth area, I mean, there's a tipping point going north of 190th Street. And so where does the tier system, if we're taking that approach, where does that fit? Is that the line? Right. Things like that.
And so in November, when we're evaluating the different directions that we might designate as being good for us, we'll have more information then about the actual availability of the land as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no.
No, still not.
No, we'll never know which farm is for sale, if that's what you mean by available.
Well, I mean, no indication whatsoever of purchasability. I mean, I know you're not going to know who is for sale or not, but there's been. Do we have anything better than knowing that it's not Iowa State? Someone owns it. It's not Iowa State. That's all we're going to have.
That's all you're going to know in October, November. Right. I mean, that's a completely different effort to try to go knock on doors and say the city's thinking about development for 20 years. What's your time frame for selling?
Yeah, I've never seen a plan that did that actually went into a value. I mean, there's some.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some properties, for example, that you avoid because you know good and well that they're not available. for
Right.
one reason or another.
Great.
The golf course being an example, the golf course to the, in the North Growth area being an example of that.
I get how this is difficult. I didn't understand how it would happen. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
But still, this puts us in the position of just kind of guessing where we think we'd like to go and just hoping that other people agree, right?
That's why I think that to have the multiplicity of options and the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 allows that if all of a sudden some land does open up in, I'm going to pick up South A for sake of discussion, and it's in a tier 2, and we say, okay, we're going to invest in that, and we know it fits within our overall vision concept. It's going to take some investment, but if someone comes with, in the east, and we're in tier 1 and we can easily serve that, maybe we say, okay, well, we're going to try and encourage that. The point is that to me, that's the flexibility. That was one of the questions. What does flexibility look like? To me, that's flexibility. That doesn't pin us in saying we're developers. We want to just go to east, and you guys are basically have a first man out the door to try and get a phone call to someone who owns a property, essentially.
I would also say that, and this gets to Gloria's point, I think, a bit, is that there are certain principles that are inherent in these diagrams or in these illustrations. What are those principles? That there's local connectivity, that environmentally sensitive areas, floodplains, steep slopes are always preserved, that housing is inclusive and includes all types rather than a single type, that areas of the city are connected to each other, and that development is contiguous and a variety of other ones as well. So that, these things are all inherent values. They haven't necessarily been written down yet, but they're guiding principles that we think we have heard from you and from the citizens that are reflected in these preliminary diagrams. So, it's a far cry from saying we're going to do a map that shows everything yellow and that's it.
We have to have a certain level of flexibility and generality. This is a 20-year plan.
That's right, yeah.
And so
we're not designing what will literally be built. But think of these things. Think of many of these things, and that includes some of the what will look to you like very detailed drawings of some of the infill areas as illustrative plans that are illustrations of principles and test fits of density to give us some idea of how many units might be built. For example, south of Lincoln Way and east of Duff. But the point is that is an area that can support a certain density and there are certain principles that might guide the future development. And also inherent in that is that will probably redevelop over time.
Well, and that's
something else.
For purpose of sizing infrastructure and roads. Again, I'm harping on this, but the northern development, I think, was poorly done because of prior councils not thinking through this very component.
Yeah, exactly right.
Of sizing roads.
The framework isn't built. So now we struggle with that.
Yep.
Because the connections are not there. To wit, the whole Grant Hyde problem is really the result of not thinking through an initial framework that doesn't channel a lot of traffic through residential areas. So now we're really limited in those choices.
All right, so let's see if we can, and this is another question, let's try and wrap this thing into
we talked about flexibility for a minute, so I wanted to use this slide to talk about that. I think, at least I do, and I think RDG will go along with me at this point. I think the flexibility we've talked about the tiers is going to make sense to a lot of people. But I think that this slide illustrates that flexibility in the top right, which is essentially a large bubble saying we're going to grow somewhere, is not what I believe we need to have as a city. I think we need to have something that's more like the growth diagrams. Now, those are illustrative to give you a sense of area and numbers. I think we have to have a better idea about where density of housing is going to be, so it can be predictable that we're getting different housing types. The old plan
was more of the bubble with one dot for commercial somewhere in the bubble. And I think we've always struggled with, although they tried to write policies about how to shape where those decisions would fall later on, it was always in isolation about, well, what's the bigger vision for the rest of the area? So I think this plan has to have flexibility about certain elements, but it has to have a little bit more complete vision for wherever we're deciding to grow. So if it is incremental, it does stitch together after 20 years. So that's a little different sense of flexibility, is that yes, not everything's defined, but some idea of what should really be there at the end of 20 years is good for defining neighborhoods.
So how would it work? Let's just, to build on that, and I'm not saying I disagree with it, but let's just say a developer comes and says, I'm just going to take South A for sake of discussion, because that red in the center, that Marty, that's commercial, right? Is that right? Or
It's
mixed use,
high
okay.
density. So it's in a way kind of a town center.
Okay, let's just say that Mr. Smith comes and says, I want to develop, I purchased a farm down there, but I don't want to put in mixed use. How do we respond to that if that's kind of the comp plan?
I think the position of the comp plan that says if our goal is to provide a certain mix of housing and we're assuming that's going to happen in that location, and it's going to also create that center node for a larger area, you would have to say no to single family. It wouldn't achieve the goals of the plan. So hopefully we'll have, again, these principles or these policies that should help let you make decisions when they're the smaller choices that fit into an overall framework. Right now, we have a lot of policies that say you can do this, this, or this, and it doesn't tell you why you would choose any one of those three. So you're always struggling as the council about why would I say no to the request? I don't know what else I could have, or why I would want something else. And I think this would be better to define this out.
Well, I don't disagree. I think this is a conversation that's got to be had with the people who are developers in our community and engage them in the conversation to make sure that there's essentially, maybe it's a compromise, but the point is understanding where we're wanting to go to accomplish a bigger vision so that we don't have 3 years on the road, we're basically undoing or just ignoring the comp plan. So future councils can say, and developers know, this is kind of where we're wanting to go. How can we try to make this happen? Or if we want to do just single family housing, maybe it's going to go out to the east or it's going to go someplace else where it fits with the plan. See what I'm saying? Right. So it's just working together and communicating now to make sure we're on the same page.
Right.
We may not all agree, but we're going to have to try and find some middle road that everyone feels is a workable and profitable and something we can afford to do the infrastructure on, roads and utilities.
But looking at that, the point, as Kelly would say, the point of that diagram is that there's a statement being made that if we're going to the trouble of building an interchange there,
right,
and if we wind up with a system that basically extends existing transportation corridors, whatever those might be in 20 or 30 years, to create a point of maximum access and centrality to an area, that we don't want that to be low density single family housing.
I mean, the greatest way to explain this is transit service.
Is what?
It's transit service. If you don't plan up front to create some kind of density, you won't ever have the transit service, right? Haphazard housing doesn't yield transit service.
Right.
So that's why some sense of where we want to be for certain parts of the growth areas, not every inch of it, but the priority areas. That I think that's going to be our recommendation back to you. And you'll have to wrestle with whether that's appropriate or not.
So it would seem like we would want more flexibility the further away we get from the major and minor arterial streets. We put in a big road, we're probably not going to want to be very flexible off of that street. The further away you get, we might be able to. Is that fair?
I guess we'll have to decide depending on what your priorities are, because if you really believe that high density housing needs to be transit accessible, then you shouldn't be allowing the high density housing a quarter of a mile away from that transit line, right? I mean, those are the kinds of trade-offs you have to decide what flexibility is.
So then as we go through this, one of the things that will be incorporated into this plan is the long range transportation plan. That doesn't look at least at this point, where any of these scenarios.
Right.
So how do we go through the process of updating our long-range transportation plan to include these?
Good question, and luckily I can answer that. So, so the long-range transportation plan, it's going to get kicked off in October. In discussion with Damien and HDR is the prime consultant for that project. They're also our sub-consultant for this, so that's very helpful. What we're doing with them right now is taking this information and we're running that through through the model to generate some traffic, just kind of on just these scenario versions. And since it's not one version, it's just information, right? So the thought process is the transportation plan is going to respond to the city's direction on land use. It's not going to drive those decisions. The time frame that we're working on is if we can get to a preferred land use plan this fall and get to an agreement on what that means and kind of get to a draft plan this winter, that feeds into the next update of the transportation plan. So then we'll have more specific ideas about what we're expecting for these tiers of growth or where we're going to grow. That'll let them do their modeling for the 2045 future in the spring after we've made decisions about land use for 2040. So the LRTP is always going to be 5 years ahead of where we are trying to respond to what our direction is as a land use plan. Does that answer what you're hoping for? Yep.
I have a couple questions. So in the Champaign comprehensive plan, one of the things it mentioned was relying on the growth of the university as part of how they were planning things. Like, would that use university projections and student data? Because I know this year they overshot by like 1,000 students what the university thought they were going to have in enrollment versus what actually was. Is any type of development plan going to be planning around projections that we get from the university?
I think we covered this back in the spring, and the decision was that the 15,000 people does not address whether enrollment in Iowa State goes up or down.
Okay.
So we'll all have to be cognizant. We don't want to make the last plan just made an assumption it would be frozen and not change for 25 years. We're not saying that's the approach, but we're saying we're planning for 15,000 people regardless of enrollment changes at Iowa State. I think we'll need policies this time if enrollment was to, for some reason, start to go up a lot again. We have a mechanism to cope with that. The last plan did not.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. The other thing I was going to mention was the university and all this is kind of centrally located. And so whichever direction is chosen, or well, really what I'm hearing is it's not really going to be one direction that's chosen. But regardless of where land is developed, it'll all be kind of equidistant almost from the university in a way. And so in a lot of ways that's beneficial. And in some ways it makes it so if it's too far, like let's say there's amenities or there's housing that's too far, it could cause some issues. And that's one of the concerns I've kind of heard with this is that some people are concerned that it might be a bit too distant from current areas where students reside. It might be too far if there is some place that they want to go that is being developed or an amenity that exists. I've had a really hard time finding students to discuss issues on this, and it's been actually pretty difficult to find anybody who frankly like cares. But the people who I have talked to said they really valued making sure there's affordable housing and being access to amenities, and of course environmental concerns as well. So what all has been done to reach out to students and talking to them? Because I've had a really hard time, and I'm sure that you all have the means in a lot of ways to get that communication a lot better. I know that CRP has talked to me a bit about wanting to do something similar to what we did with Welch Avenue reconstruction, where they do many individual, not like forums, but asking around campus for stuff like that. Is it something that would be interested in, or?
So we did back in the spring, we had on-campus options for people to essentially go through the open house boards that were done as city open house meetings. So we got input that way from people. And then obviously we promoted the online survey as well. So there's a record of you could choose student as one of your categories as a taker of that survey. So that's up till now, that's how the input's been gained from students. I would agree it's really hard for a student to care about 20 years from now when they may not live here. And that's probably a tough topic to get people really interested in. And I guess I mean, the infill part might be the more interesting component about what do we think of the neighborhoods around Campustown and around the university and what their future is, more so than if you're a mile and a half from campus into Boone County and how that works as a job access component.
Yeah, I did hear a lot more interest in, this is completely away from like the goals of developing areas for people to live if you're making places for 15,000 people, but reinvesting internally in the spaces there currently are rather than expanding outwards. And I'm sure we can multitask. It's not a one or the other type thing. And that's kind of my answer to the people who have said that so far.
Yeah, I would say the interesting thing about Ames and the Iowa State campus is that Iowa State is the campus, the university ownership and so forth is very decentralizing. So it tends to increase those distances, and that creates an interesting challenge, between things like the golf course and fields and so forth. It does, there is a lot of green space injected into the middle of the city. And you add that to floodplains and things do tend to spread out, and it makes in some ways a really wonderful environment, but it also increases distances. So in a sense that sort of dispersion is inherent in the nature of the beast. It's just there when you're, and I certainly was noticing this the last trip in when I was looking at growth areas and biking in from some of the campus or student-related housing on the extreme southwest part of the city, and going through, like on Mortensen, a large amount of open, a fairly high density setting that then resolved into a large amount of open space before you got back into the center of the city again. And that's very cool. I mean, it's a very nice thing, but it is what it is, and it tends to increase a perception of distance too.
Okay, I think there's like maybe a couple people that want to give some input. We haven't had any public input for a while, so I'd like to try and get this. We still have closed session to go into yet, council. We'll be at it for over 5 hours already. So we're going to open public input. The input is not to be just anything and everything you want to talk about. The point is that we'd like to have comments regarding the staff report and the topics that are included therein. And if you would please endeavor to keep your comments to 3 minutes. There will be other opportunities in the future, but those that wish to speak, you're welcome to come right at this point.
Sorry. I'm Mary Richards, 720 Kellogg, 4 blocks away from here, as a matter of fact. I have found this hour's worth of discussion quite interesting. There are some things about it that really relate directly to what I want to say. One of which is the fact that Bronwyn said we should make sure that we consider the environment in this plan. Another was the agreement that the city council is to be the sort of director of this program rather than the follower. And then finally, the mayor mentioning that maybe sometime in the future, if we have a climate action plan. So all of those things are just background to what I have to say. I really do not want to hear you all say that this 20-year planning process is somehow separate from dealing with the ecological disaster that is looming in way less than 20 years. I won't be around to see it, but our children and grandchildren will, and they know it. They're the ones who planned and executed the climate strike last Friday. They know we are way past business as usual. We're way past planning as usual in terms of development. I urge that you must take into account our community's carbon footprint and how to reduce it rather than to allow it to expand in this planning process. And that imperative must be an integral part of the planning for any policies, zoning ordinances, changes in city boundaries, public utilities, and so forth. That needs to be the main issue, always in your minds. The first step would be to formally recognize the climate crisis, following the lead of so many other cities and governmental entities throughout this nation. Admitting this climate crisis will require you to plan for sustainability and resilience in our community. If you don't do this, you will be failing your responsibilities to protect your citizens and to preserve our city's environment. That sustainability and resilience means that we need requirements for incorporating more energy and efficiency in both public and private buildings, no matter where your planning goes. We need ways to make it possible for people to walk or bicycle whenever possible. That certainly goes to this plan. Creating neighborhoods without sidewalks dictates use of fossil fuel transportation, the way we are currently set up. It means that we need the city to be proactive in encouraging electric-powered transportation. That means adding more city-sponsored charging stations that encourage use of non-carbon producing transportation. Sorry, I ran out of breath on that sentence. Sustainability and resilience means that we need to ease the restrictions on placing solar panels on private homes. It means that we must not allow more building in floodplains, even if there are already buildings there. Every new building affects the runoff in our streams, and we must not grow to the detriment of our precious waterways. Sustainability and resilience would encourage zoning that allows urban farming. It would mean that all new buildings should be required to be carbon neutral. That could include the requirement to purchase solar offsets, which would go with the title to the property. It also means we should plant more trees. That certainly goes to the plan. It means acknowledging and taking steps to both adapt and mitigate the consequences of the climate crisis is the critical challenge of our lifetimes, let alone the next 20 years. Considering it during the long-term planning process is not necessarily the most comfortable or the easiest way to proceed, certainly not. But we owe it to our children, to ourselves, our quality of life, our fellow creatures, this whole planet. And you as council members, I mean, you guys may think, oh, well, we're just a little city, in the middle of Iowa, and it doesn't matter what we do individually. It does matter what we do individually. You're in a position to be leaders here. So I urge you to please step up to the challenge. You are supposed to be directing RBG, am I saying that right? RDG, sorry, about how you want this to proceed. Make sure that they know this is a foundational issue and you want them to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Seeing now, we'll close public input. All right, council, let's give some direction to staff and to RDG tonight, as they asked.
I did have one question following up on this sort of comment. You mentioned that the environmental concerns will be presented throughout in the subsequent meetings, right? And I just want to recall the last time we discussed the growth areas, I think we did try to understand whether any one of them would have significant benefits or detractions over the others. I don't think we came up with much at that point. Is that right? And so, well, assuming that's right, are we going to expect any more information along those lines between them going forward, or is that kind of where we're going to be?
I think that, no, you're supposed to get more data, not just about the cost of service for sewer lines and that, but the traffic model will be a big component, be able to calculate VMT.
Okay, good.
From those different uses. So that's probably the most direct way of giving you something that's an environmental issue that's not about floodplain or physical elements of the ground.
Okay, so that'll come at the time when we face that next.
Yes,
thank you.
So we're working right now on getting that transportation model to do what we want it to do for the scenarios.
Okay, so do we take these one at a time. You got comprehensive plan format. Need some direction on that, correct?
Yeah, so very quickly, I think talked a lot about Champaign. If there's a comfort level with that, I think then we know what to go for. If not, we can talk about some of the other options.
It was the perfect length.
I like it.
All right.
Okay, excellent.
Got the direction. All right. Number two.
So number two, we talked just a little bit about flexibility, and I don't know that you need to get pinned down on this into a great depth of conversation, but I tried to articulate, I think there's going to be flexibility, but there's also going to have to be some certainty. And I think we're trying to describe here that it's going to be a balancing act, but staff is going to definitely be proposing that there are specific elements or features of these areas and things that are valuable to the city that need to be certain in the plan and policies. And that's where we would be headed. You're not making any statement tonight about picking what that would mean exactly, but I want to make sure that we disclose that that's kind of the approach we want to take. If you think it's more broad, way more open than that, we would like to know that, because then we'll shape policies that are less specific. And my example with the land use diagram is it a large bubble that says we're going to grow here, or we need roads similar to this pattern, and we want to have housing of this in a general arrangement in this area so that we get housing diversity. That's kind of the easiest way to describe that. So are there any questions about flexibility or any statements about what that means? I wanted to highlight that there were kind of two different positions when we first had the kickoff meeting in December about certainty versus flexibility, and we talked a little bit now about this.
So make it easy. You had down that diagram said one color, that's flexible. The other one is basically more specific. Is that right?
It is, but there still will be some element of flexibility in there. Like,
so do we want does council want the upper right or the upper left? Is that what you're saying?
in a very, very general sense, yeah. I think what I'm trying to articulate is we're going to be giving you probably not the most flexible version, because we're going to try to give you more certainty, and then we'll probably expect you to say that's too certain.
Right, and which elements we want to be flexible, more flexible.
So our goal is to give you a more defined vision and try to capture that there is flexibility, but there's also intent.
Is everyone comfortable?
Does that seem like the first approach is better, that we're giving you a fairly certain version and try to define that range of flexibility, then you react to that and say, no, that's too tight, make it less tight. Yes.
And so for a guiding principle to help us know this, for me, it's the level of infrastructure. So we're doing this planning so we can figure out what is the city we need to have in place. So we don't want to be designing street level design. That's in the crazy end of the spectrum. We have to have enough certainty so that we can plan for infrastructure. That's what I'm striving for in terms of level of.
And I'm probably going one step further than that. So to go beyond just knowing what the cost to serve is, I want to be able to address some of these other issues about, we want a mix of housing, whether it's small housing that's for sale or a larger variety of rental housing options, that we want to have some specificity about where the best place to do something like that is. Again, the transit example is the best example. If you don't put your high density together in a place that's serviceable, it's never going to be transit accessible. So there's some level of need there to define that, to meet other goals of the plan.
I think it's useful to see some specificity first and then say, we like that here, but maybe not here, and we want it more flexible here, and rather than just saying, let's start with big bubbles.
Yep. So this was an exercise to shape
right
infrastructure needs, and then I think RDG can work in what you just said to get to the preferred land use concepts.
Okay.
Because we have to create space for market forces ultimately to work.
Yep, you do. But there's also things you want in the long term that might not be short term viable.
Right. I agree.
Okay.
Are you clear? Everyone okay with that? So get the direction. All right.
All right. So the final topic, as we said, the bullets and the order displayed for the different months. If there's something that's not on the list, tell us today. If you want to reorder something, tell us now.
And if we can go to that schedule real quick too.
That was at the end, right?
The items up front early on, one more.
Got it.
All right. So October, November, and December, there's a lot of continuity there. And so I would suggest that those 3 months kind of stay what they are. Where we're going to really need some guidance, though, is that if you want to kind of adjust things in January and February to either break subjects apart or move subjects around as far as your interest. All of them are important, but things that need to be talked about in a little bit more detail. Again, the environment piece is braided through all these different topics. So because it's at the bottom doesn't mean that's low. It's just, it's braided throughout. And so this is almost like a summary piece of all that. So the first three are really important, and December is going to be a kind of a critical point when we really need to know early December, late November, when we probably need to know about January and February, because what we're trying to do is work ahead every month, and we want to make sure we're prepared for the topic.
So it does scare me a little bit because January is our budget time. So
we can take a month off if that works. Play it by ear.
Well, we're also short on the, and we only have a couple of
That was nice of
meetings.
you to offer
in,
that. We should not take a month off. I think we talked about this a little bit, where we'll talk with you about schedule for January. There, you do have one or two extra meetings about the CIP and some other things. February is where you have a lot of extra meetings to deal with the budget as well. But I think we have to plan for a meeting in January, and again, to be about Ames Plan 2040.
Okay.
Like
I'm more concerned about December, because December we have two council meetings back to back, and then we have the holidays. So I would encourage working with city manager and talking to him about the schedule. That may be even more challenging than January, trying to get one in.
Good point.
The other question I have is that it seems that refining goals, the November refined goals principles line, you have a reason for that being in November. Is there a reason why that doesn't precede everything in terms of really getting goals, principles, measuring success?
I just didn't want to repeat the same thing every time in each line. So the intent there was goals, principles, and measures of success apply to each topic as we work through it. I just took a liberty of not repeating myself over and over again. And also, now that you said Champaign, that is the style that we'll look at. So that's, we have to kind of follow through on that.
So is everybody comfortable with this? I mean, honestly, I think maybe the next 3 months, but after that, if I have to do a check on that and see how we're doing, and would that be true? I mean, is that acceptable, or?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. All right. What else you need? Anything else?
This has been a great meeting for me, at least, because I know how to proceed on Thursday when we're getting everybody together to talk about the next steps. So thank you for providing clarity to us as far as where we need to go. I hope out of all this conversation, there's more clarity about the process, where we're going as far as a possible deliverable. But this has been a good meeting for us.
Thanks for staying late.
So have we hit the nail on that was brought up earlier, that we don't understand how it's all coming together? I think what we're promising is, now knowing a structure, general idea that we're going to propose things back to you, you're now going to get more tangible things for you to respond to.
I think that will be helpful. I mean, I think the conversation tonight was still very all over the place.
It was very all over.
So in that regards, I don't think my expectations were met, but hopefully,
No, it's not.
hopefully, as we start to see more specifics, there'll be more pointed questions that are asked of us that we can specifically respond to, rather than just everything.
So with us saying we are going to bring back principles and issue, like kind of capture the nutshell of the issues about the topic and principles, does that give you some certainty that you'll be comfortable, that you'll be able to respond and give us the feedback that you're going to want to give on each topic, if we can give that to you?
Yeah, I just don't want it to be this open-ended, like, here's a sentence, tell us what you think. Because then it just doesn't feel like a deliberate, facilitated process where you're trying to draw specific things out of us.
And I think at this point, I don't think we're promising a facilitated process. I think we're going to give you something defined to react to, rather than, again, trying each topic say, now, how do you feel about this issue, and go through different ideas. We're going to give you what we think is the summary of the priorities from your conversation and the public.
Okay.
And then react and say if we hit it on the head or not.
One of the things I'm concerned about is this was supposed to be a relatively short council meeting today.
What?
Yeah. And we tacked on this at the end. Is this the format you like?
No.
I didn't think about a separate night then than the council meeting.
So
we should not put this at the end.
So the problem was we couldn't do a normal workshop, and in October we're gone again on a normal workshop night.
Oh, yeah.
So we didn't want to do this, but we had to do this.
So may I ask that you work with Steve and then with Diane and council, if you'd respond promptly, let's either do a doodle poll or do something, but let's get some nights picked up. And maybe it's going to be a Thursday night, maybe it's going to be a Wednesday night. The point is that
The challenge in October is election. There's a lot of stuff going on odd nights.
well, that's what I'm saying. I just don't think it's fair to the public. It's not fair to staff. It's not fair to council. We're all getting tired. And we want to really give our 100% to this process. And we talked for an hour and a half. I can envision, and we start getting into the nuts and bolts. It could be 2.5, 3 hours. And we can't add that and do the business for the city at the same time. So
I think the other question is there daytime hours that are options also? I know
I think a lot of people actually
employment is an issue for.
That would be hard for Councilmember Bletcher. She does a lot of teaching, right?
Tuesdays and Thursdays are pretty much completely out for me.
So let's just have you work with Steve and Diane.
So the goal is to not be on a regular meeting if at all possible and try to find other nights, whether it's the normal workshop night or not. That's what I'm hearing, right?
They're
We
saying-
just
yeah.
unfortunately can't do the normal workshop night until November.
Yeah, and Monday nights are completely out for me because I'm teaching.
Anyway, let's let staff work through that and try and poll and find out what's
Right.
going on. So,
Good.
but let's not add this on to the end of a council meeting anymore. Going forward. All right.
Won't if we can't.
Thank you for those in the audience that stayed to listen. Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
sorry it went so late.
But that's fine.
We still got things to take care of. So, all right, council, moving on to disposition of communication. Thank you, Marty. And
Thank you.
thank you. What's that?
Metronet, I'd refer that to staff. We're starting.
Second.
What's that?
We're starting the
We're moving on non-agenda items.
We are ready.
We're going.
Oh,
We're on disposition.
we're on disposition.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
You're
Been
going. The
moved
first
and
one is a
seconded.
memo from Damien.
We skipped that one.
That was just status
Oh.
report we were promised.
Check.
It's been moved and seconded. Number 2.
Who's in charge of this meeting? Obviously not me. All right. Number 1 is just for information. Just
10 o'clock.
all right.
I
Number
had
2.
the wrong order, sorry.
All right. So is moved second to do what?
Refer the Metronet item to staff.
All right. Been a
For memo.
second. So Martin and
For memo.
Corriere. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Letter from Sigler.
So refer that one to
Second.
staff.
For a memo.
Memo.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Dang.
Okay. All right. Councilor comments. Gloria?
I attended the Economic Development Leaders Summit for Story County. Amber gave a presentation that was very informative about the Story County Housing Trust Fund. But I thought that was an excellent opportunity to meet people from the smaller communities around the county and to learn their challenges and how important creating a regional connectivity here is for economic development. So if we have another one of those, I would highly recommend, if you can attend, do so.
Anything
That's
else? That it?
Yep.
David?
Nope.
Tim?
Nope.
Nothing tonight.
Nothing for me.
Nothing.
School year's coming into full swing at this point. I've gotten a lot of interest on different things that I've been telling people in student government about city council meetings. And so as time goes on, if there's, as student government people start coming up with more ideas, things they want me to talk about, I might be reaching out to individual people and asking their input on student issues and whatnot. And I look forward to October 23rd. The joint meeting between student government and the city council. That'll be a lot of fun. I'm glad this meeting will be soon coming to an end because I have a 5-page paper to go write, and that will be a lot of fun.
All right. All right. I need a motion to go into closed session. And who's going to ask Mark the question? Tim?
Sure. Mr. Lambert, do we have legal justification for going into closed session?
Yes, we do. Iowa Code Section 20.17.3 allows the council to go into closed session to consider collective bargaining strategies.
So that we are in compliance with Iowa code, I would move that we go into closed session.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Okay. We will need to have a council chambers Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are back in open session. And I would entertain a motion on resolution approving memorandum of agreement with IUOE Local 234 to modify the skill-based pay plan for blue collar.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Okay, well, council, thank you. I know it was a heck of a long meeting, and I hope that, I know we spent 15 minutes or so with recognizing law enforcement. That was actually to the credit of Jessica Reynolds. I mean, that was her. She really wanted to do that. It was really, moved. But I thought it was a good meeting. We got a lot of stuff accomplished, and so anyway. All right, entertain motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
We are adjourned.
How's your eye surgery go?